What's up, everybody? Can everybody hear me okay? It's been a little while since I've done a stream here. And go ahead and close out the music here. You guys hear me okay? Levels okay? Check, check. All right. So, I originally wanted to do this stream at 6 o'clock, but we ended up basically shifting around all the printers here. I gave away one of my Tornadoes to a buddy of mine because we have two of them, and one of them I haven't done anything to. So he was looking to get a printer of that size. So I was like, okay, well, he's been helping me out. He actually just took off. This is my buddy Dane. So he took a Tornado home with him today. And yeah, I got room for the Ender 3, and we're going to be putting this actually in one of our enclosures. That's for the CR10, and we're going to use it as an ABS machine. I just realized that the TV sound is still on here. I got Tron playing in the background. So, I think we're ready to do this. I got an Ender 3 here. I just opened it up to take a photo you guys saw of the box. I haven't done anything else. I haven't taken anything out of the box. This one was purchased from Amazon. So, I ended up paying, I think, $250 for this because people have been, I think we've gotten about 60 or 70 messages asking about firmware and product support for this. So I was like, okay, let's just get one. I'm going to bite the bullet and order from Amazon. Even though I had 3 on order from AliExpress, I canceled one of those because we're just going to keep this one. And one of them is going to my buddy Bruce that helps us out with our kits and everything here. And he helps us pack orders and all this other fun stuff. So, and the other one is going to Tor. I'm sending that out to our tech support guy, Tor, who we do pay, but I like giving him some free stuff every now and then. I'm just closing out a bunch of browser tabs here. So, yeah. So that's where we're at right now. So we're gonna go ahead and unbox this. Yeah, Friday, Skewed View 3D 229 Amazon Prime. So before we get into this, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that actually helped out with this GPL initiative, which is still going on, by the way. Just because Creality has basically complied over more than they needed to. We were just looking for the source code, but they said they're releasing everything. All the firmware for the Ender 2, 3, 4, CR10, CR10S. I mean, this is amazing. I can't believe that thanks to the effort of the community and Naomi Wu basically being the liaison between the community and Creality, it's the best outcome I could have hoped for. So I'm trying to get in contact right now with ANET. They actually got back to me, told me to contact the reseller. So I purchased my ANET in 2016 through AliExpress. I'm going to try messaging that reseller to see if they can give me the firmware. I'm honestly not holding out that ANET's going to comply. In my opinion, I don't think ANET's going to be relevant anymore. They're kind of putting out crap. I reviewed the E10 on this channel a while back, and since then, I've had to replace a lot of parts on it. The T-slot rollers and stuff have just gone to shit. I actually have a CR10 carriage on it with a V-slot extrusion for the X, and now it prints great, but the point is, I don't see ANET sticking around for very much, but we're still going to try to get them to comply because if they do it, it's going to help their business, and I think Creality's seeing that. So what we are seeing, though, is companies like FL Sun, Wanhao, Anycubic, all these other companies are falling in line now. So what happened is that Creality is this giant. They're the biggest name in Chinese 3D printing right now, and we slayed the giant. So all these other companies are now falling in line because they're like going, oh crap, Creality is falling in line. We better do the same thing. Otherwise we're going to get boycotted. So that's what we wanted. People were complaining like, why is Creality being singled out? Why is Creality the only one being singled out? Because right now, if we were to split our attention and have like, a quarter of the people bugging Creality, a quarter of the people bugging ANET, a quarter of the people bugging Wanhao, and so on and so forth, we're not going to get where we need to be unless we focus on one company at a time. You don't want to have your attention divided, and that was the point. And a lot of people kind of miss that. But again, everybody's going to get held accountable. I'm still working on the movement. I have brought a lot of other people in to help out on the back end because I've got a bunch of stuff I need to run on my end business wise and a lot of stuff I have to do personally. So I'm relying on the community now to help keep things moving. And I'm just kind of managing everything, trying to make sure everything's staying on the right track and we're moving in the right direction. So I wanted to say just thank you to everybody in the community, you know, Joel, Maker Noob, Neries. I know I'm forgetting people, but there's so many people that helped out and spoke out on this issue. And as someone that uses GPL software on my printers, my computers, you know, everywhere, the GPL needs to be respected. And it's that simple. It had nothing to do with my business interests or anything. What pushed me over the edge was when I was screwing around with my Mini i3 Wanhao that was going to my wife because I wanted to put a Titan extruder on it and change the hot end and put a bed leveling kit on there so she had a click and print machine to use. And I found out the board wasn't standard. That was kind of the last straw. So, and the last straw was when I contacted Wanhao and they basically told me, no, we're not giving you the source. And that's when I literally right then and there set up the website, set up the Facebook page. I said, I'm tired of this. I'm putting my foot down. I had been having Creality tell me for 6 months that no, we're not giving you the source. We're not giving you the source. And it was a straw that broke the camel's back. And you know what? I'm glad that it worked out the way it did because Creality's printers physically are good machines. They're not perfect. No printer's perfect. But the point is that we shouldn't be having to go through all this trouble when they're using open source software to make modifications to machines that we own. And that's the point, you know, is having that flexibility to edit the source code, to change your extruder direction, your thermistor definition, all this stuff. It is your right as a consumer to be able to repair and modify your machines. And it's especially your right as a consumer using a product that uses open source software to have that source code. And that was the point. It wasn't a point of get TH3D's name out there and let's sell more shit. I don't need to sell more shit. We have a hard time keeping up right now. Honestly, if orders slowed down by 50%, it would be good because then I have time to work on my own machines because I don't have time right now. So anyways, that's end rant for you guys. I'm sorry if you guys, some of you are tired of hearing about the GPL. I get it. You know, I get it. Some people are just like, I understand. I'm just tired of hearing it. We're not going to talk about it anymore. I just wanted to get this out of the way and thank everybody. So what we're going to do tonight is we are going to unbox the Creality Ender 3. This is brand new. Like I said, I opened this box I snapped a photo saying, hey, everybody, I got this. Who wants to do a live stream? Everybody was like, yeah, what kind of question is that? I'm like, okay. So here we are. And then at maybe not towards the end of the stream, I have no idea if this is going to be an hour build or a 4-hour build, but we are going all the way through. I don't care if we go till 2 a.m. my time. You can see my clock right behind me. It is almost 8 o'clock here. So, but I've got balls here to keep me up. I've got a fridge full of more of them. I got my vape and my water, and I think I'm good to go. So let's get this party started. And I wish I had gotten this sooner. I missed out on buying it on Amazon. I should have jumped on it when someone posted it because I should have had this in my hands as soon as possible. Just because I try to stay up on everything. So, there's some packing material. And let me know, can you guys hear me okay? Hopefully I don't pull my USB cable out here. It's a little tight. I'll give it some more slack. So we've got what I'm assuming are it's the instructions. So we got instructions here, the Ender 3. And let's see how bad these are. Nice hefty paper though. They actually printed this on like a professional printer. It's not like an inkjet printer like I've seen on some. So there's lots of Chinese misspellings, which is to be expected, honestly. Lots of parts. So I'm assuming there's going to be quite a bit of assembly involved in this. So we're going to set this over here. Momo, this kit is around $200, I want to say. There was a pre-order for $150 on AliExpress. I originally bought 3 of them. I canceled one and then bought this from Amazon because I wanted to get it in as soon as possible. So I have 2 more on the way. One is going to one of my guys that helps us out, and the other one's going out to Tor in California. So I got a nice hefty bag of tools, and I'm assuming it's heavy because there's a bunch of the T-slot nuts and bolts. We've got another one here with which is what I'm assuming is our Z end stop, our X gantry belt holder, and a little teeny tiny sample of filament. So yeah, it is one hell of a price point. The build volume on this is 220 by 220 by 250. My X motor is missing 1 screw, but I think I found it in here. Have this before I lose it. Floating in the box here. So very similar, a lot of similarities to the CR10 already. And Creality's learning, guys. They're not just listening to us, they're learning. These are solid couplers, which is something I've personally been using on my machines for over a year now, and I sell on the site. So if you have a flex coupler and you want to upgrade to something that doesn't flex like crazy, go to TH3D Studio and search for upgraded coupler. We sell them. They work with any printer that uses a standard motor and an 8mm lead screw, which is like 90% of machines out there. That's what I use here. So, oh, sorry, I totally skipped over this. Standard power cord, nothing special here. Another scraper. I need another one of these. Like, I need another printer. So, let's see here. We've got our X assembly, the gantry, and I believe this is a single Z printer from the pictures I've seen. Your standard Creality black extruder. And you got your X end stop already installed. Now this is new from the Crealities. There is a plastic cover instead of the other one. I kind of like the look of this. This sticker's kind of coming off. Got a QR code. I'm going to take this off because it says Facebook QR code. I'm assuming this is going to their Facebook page, but I think it looks tacky. It's already starting to come off, so bye-bye. All right. We've got a spool holder, some 2020 extrusion. This is looking like V-slot. Not a ton of metal shavings, so that's good. There have been quite a lot of printers. Afro, a close-up of what? Yeah, Slavin, there's a million different versions of those couplers. Ours change between the ones with very thick red and small. It really depends on our supplier's availability. The first batch we got was from one supplier. The second batch was from another. I've tested both. They both get the job done. But we make sure to update the product pictures to match what we're actually shipping. Yeah, the couplers will work on the CR10S. Oh, the Z motor? That's a coupler they're shipping. And if we have time, I've already pre-printed a little bracket here. Some of you guys might know what this is for. I printed this in ABS. So if you guys know what this is for, we might get time to use this. How this goes. So yeah, got a couple of brackets here. Looking at them, I'm going to assume based on the holes that are drilled out, this is probably the X. Yeah, so this, I'm glad you brought that up, Jerry. So this coupler is, solid-wise, it's fine. But the drawback of this is if your nozzle crashes, whether it's due to a Z end stop failure or if you have bed leveling and the sensor doesn't detect the bed, this will not separate. It's going to drive your nozzle into the bed. The couplers that I sell on the site, the ones with the red in the center, they're called plum couplers, Lovejoy couplers, spider couplers. There's a million different names for them, but the point is they separate when your nozzle hits something. So I prefer those. Inside here we got two pieces of 2040 and the lead screw, which is in a piece of, assuming this is heat shrink. If this is, I'm going to hang on to it because who doesn't need some heat shrink? I'm going to leave this in here so I don't accidentally bend or nick it up. Over here. Make sure this guy here is off, because otherwise I'll accidentally close out of OBS. All right. I am seeing some metal shavings on the holes, so nothing crazy. Now, I have heard rumors that there's an updated or revised Ender 3. I don't have all the details. It's kind of hearsay at this point. So if anybody knows anything about that, let me know. I have no idea if this is the updated one or the current one. This was purchased from ComGrow on Amazon. I probably should have put an affiliate link in there. For the actual link, but I don't know if they still have them. It's a little irritating though that I pre-ordered it and I had to get it from Amazon, and the resellers on Amazon are getting them before us. I'm just saying, I literally ordered it the night they listed it on AliExpress. I'm just nitpicking. So, Cold X War 13 asked if I have ANET A8. This is my ANET A8. Except there's nothing really stock left on it except for the threaded rods, the linear rods, and the aluminum bed plate for the actual bed. I'm not even using the heater. Everything else has been changed. There's nothing original ANET on there aside from a couple rods and the aluminum plate. At this point, I would not recommend an ANET A8, especially like the build quality on this. Already, I mean, Creality is known for their decent build quality. There's no reason to get ANET. This is probably going to put ANET A8s and A6s in the ground, to be completely honest. I don't see how they're going to be able to compete with this. We've got an LCD screen now. This is really interesting because this LCD screen, this is a 128/64 LCD, but this has three headers: EXP 1, 2, and 3. Now, I've seen silk screens on LCDs before. Gotta take that off. Where it says EXP3, but there is no EXP3 headers even on like ramps type boards. So that's interesting. I don't know what the EXP3 header would actually be used for, to be honest. But we'll find out. I'm actually hoping, because the pictures I've seen online, these printers supposedly have the same board as the CR10, which means the Easy Out filament sensor add-on that we sell for $20 will probably work on this. So that's something I'm going to look into to see if that'll work, because that'd be great. All right. So the base is like mostly assembled. The hot end's just kind of, okay, it's permanently attached. It's just kind of in here. I thought this was going to be removable. All right. So, pretty standard setup. Got your little blower fan on the side. Same exact carriage and hot end as the as a CR10, which I'm not surprised. It's a good setup. It works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, this bed is pretty wobbly here. I don't know if you guys can see that. But that means we're going to have to tighten up the eccentric nuts on the bottom, which you should be doing on any Creality machine you get anyways. So if it doesn't tighten up, I'm going to ding it. I'm going to ding the printer for that. If it does, then it's no big deal. You should be checking that anyways. So let me just grab the last few things here. The spool center. And then we've got our power supply with a XT60 on it. That's actually kind of nice. And I think this is a 24 volt. It is 24 volt, 15 amp. I'm not a big fan of these power supplies. I have a Meanwell just chilling in my closet. Actually, I think it's only a 6.5 amps, so that's not going to be enough to drive this, depending on what the bed is. So a little banged up, you can see here. I am a little concerned that this may be, I don't know if this is hitting something or not. It doesn't look like it. I think it's just deformed. Submit a complaint to Amazon because that's not cool. The wires feel like they're silicone, and I'll have to open this up. This is printed. This is a printed part, which I'm not surprised about because I saw a video of them testing these machines, and they were printing these bottom pieces. I was just about to get to the voltage. It is currently set to 220. So if you are in America, make sure you set your voltage to 110 or not have a good time. So I'm going to go ahead and move the switch over, and it actually bounced back to 220. All right, we're at 110 now. So always check your voltage on your power supplies. Even the mean wells come like that. They usually come set to 230, and we've got nothing left in the box, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of this here. So just so you guys know, we are going to an EZABL mini kit on the stream. So for comparison, as I knock everything, this is a just sensor I was testing. This is our current sensor. We're going to keep selling these. This is our mini. So we basically just downsize it. They're the same length. You can see here. It's just, this is 12 millimeters in diameter. These are 18. There's no benefit of going with this one over this one or this one over this one. We got these in because people wanted smaller, lighter probes. In my opinion, it's not going to make a huge difference, but we want people to feel like we're listening to them because we are. But this is going to be great for machines like the Wanhao D6 where we can't fit this probe in there. But we're going to also include adapters with these, so you can use these probes, the mini probes, if you want something a little lighter. You can use these with the standard 18 millimeter mounts. I've actually got a bunch of adapters on the bed, and they'll they'll ship out with the little adapters, so you can use these with 18 millimeter mounts. I can't talk tonight, apparently. So basically, you'll be able to use these with the same exact probe mounts that are out there for these sensors. We're not going to have to re-engineer anything. But we'll be selling both. These will be $5 more than these because my cost on these is much higher. But they're using the same chips inside. The only difference is the size of the circuit board and the tip that actually puts the field out. So, but we're going to give away this exact kit here. I don't have a label on here because I have to redesign our current labels to fit on here because we get these from the factory since these are all custom. There's no labels on them because they're our own part. So same thing with 18 millimeters. They come from us with no labels on them. So, but yeah, we'll be doing this. I'm going to do the giveaway. It's 8 o'clock. I'm going to do the giveaway whether we're done with the build or not. I'm going to do the giveaway at 10 p.m. Central Time. So in 2 hours. So 2 hours, we're going to basically go through, and I'm going to have to figure out some way to do this. If somebody knows of a way where we can post a link and you guys can put your names in, just like a simple form to collect names, that'd be great. I realized I was setting up our website with a giveaway plugin and I completely got sidetracked. So if somebody has a quick way to set up a thing where I can just be like, here's a link, put your name and email in, and then I can export that and then do a random online number generator, that'd be great. That would help out. Otherwise, I'll figure something out. We'll take like a little break. I'll set it up real quick, and then we'll do the giveaway. So how does that sound, guys? And you must be on the stream to win. So if you are just here for free shit, come back at 10 o'clock Central Time. So, all right. Now, the question is, do I follow the directions in the guide, or do I just kind of wing this? So, what do you guys think? Should we just wing it? Or should we actually read the instructions? Actually, yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. So what we'll do How about this? I like the idea. I'm going to write down a number. I'm going to put a piece of paper down here, and I'm going to write down a number and fold it up and put it off to the side at 10 o'clock. And then everybody, you can post a number. We'll give you, let's say 10 minutes, post a number. And then I will unfold the number, and whoever's the closest will be that winner. Don't type numbers now. This is going to happen at 10 o'clock. So, well, how it'll work is we'll do a number between 1 and, I don't know. We'll have to see how many people. I don't even know how many people are on the stream here. I gotta pull the YouTube page up. The YouTubes. And let's say that you guys can't pick a number that's within 5 of someone else's or something. Or we'll figure out a way to, like, I don't know, figure it out. We'll figure it out, guys. If someone wants to set up a quick Google form, that'd be great. Otherwise, what I'll do is, let's say, because I'm going to need a break, let's just say at 9:45, I'll put the stream in, like, standby mode. You'll have the view of my printers in office. I'll set up the giveaway, post the link. So we'll just keep it simple. Let's do that. How many people are watching this? Let me see here. Creator Studio. And sorry about the half-assing on the contest. I had every intention to actually put it on the website, but we had like 48 orders to get out today, and it's just been a madhouse. And then I actually cleaned my office for you guys, so it doesn't look like this all the time, but hopefully it will stay. It'll stay there. Holy shit, we got 85 people watching. That's insane. Wow. I'm really shocked. I kind of should I be nervous? I'm honestly surprised we don't have any trolls in here. So I'll stop rambling, and we will get on with the build here. I think I should probably crack open my balls here and take a little sip because I'm tired. All right. Now, I'm going to go through here and let's see. Because remember the bed was wobbly? So let's see if they mention about tightening up the eccentric on the bed, because I think there are no trolls. Well, if anybody's going to be a troll, I'm just going to ban them. I don't care. I don't got time to deal with that crap. So I'm looking here, and there is no mention of tightening up the eccentric nuts on the bed in the directions. Zero. Absolutely no mention of it at all. So that's a little concerning, because most noobs are not going to know that, hey, your bed shouldn't be looser than my X. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's something they're not going to know. Well, Cold War X13, if this, I mean, from what I've seen, this printer looks like a pretty solid little machine. So, I mean, I think this might be the new go-to for an entry-level machine under 200 bucks. I want to say they're going to have to come in around 200 for the regular price to make this worth people's while. That's my opinion. It's kind of like, think about this. So you've got the Ender 2, the Ender 3, the Ender 4, which in my opinion, Ender 4 shouldn't even be considered. There's too many problems with it. It's a hunk of crap. I have the Ender 2. I love my Ender 2. I picked it up for $175 from AliExpress. I have bought other ones from Tiny Machines for $200. So if you want to deal with a US seller, I always recommend Tiny Machines for Creality printers. I do not get any kickback from him. I have literally purchased like 7 or 8 systems from him. So the point is, you got to factor what you want. What's important to you? Do you want the biggest build volume, or do you want a smaller machine that'll print better? Because what people have to realize is they go, okay, well, if I pay $250 for an Ender 3, well, I can get a mini for $10 more or $100 more, or I can get a CR10 for $100 more than the mini. There's drawbacks to the bigger printers you get, because if you're not going to use all that build volume, you're sacrificing print quality because you can't move that printer as fast because that bed's bigger. on these Cartesian machines where the beds move. So keep that in mind. This build volume is great for like 90% of people. So what's comment picker? All right, so I do see they have strain relief on here. It's literally the same one as the CR10. I kind of like that because that means my existing solid mounts that I use and sell should work with this. So that's good. The Ender 3 will have solid mounts because the Ender 2 does not. There's not a big enough demand for me to design them and figure out spacers and all this other stuff. So it looks like, because this is the same part, it looks like I should be able to use the CR10 ones on this, which should be good. So I'll have to test fit those and see. But I'm just loosening up the bed wheel nuts here because they are tightened down. Now, I wonder if they gave the designer of these wheels a kickback, because these are definitely a community design wheel. Just saying. Also, because I have a feeling somebody is going to ask, TH3D has Ender 3 Easy Mats on order already. I've already bought 500 of them. They're on their way. So those of you guys that like our Easy Mat product, we will have a 235 by 235 with the grid, a small logo in the center. We should have those in about a week. And I think we're coming in right around $11 or less. I can't remember. And on all of our mats, if you buy 2 or more, you get 15% on all of them off, like 50% off on all of them. So yeah, I love our mats. I'm biased though, so because they're my product, but personally, if you look on my machines, every machine here has our mats on there. I even cut down the bigger mats for the smaller machines. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust these eccentric nuts. If you've never adjusted eccentric nuts, what that means is if you look on either side here, what you'll notice is one has just spacers, aluminum spacers, and the other one has actual nuts. And what you're going to do is you're going to take your wrench and go in here, and you're just going to adjust these. So see how this, I'm going to hold this here. Hopefully you guys can see. See how this is moving? You don't want that. Okay. You also don't want them too tight. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust these. I think they leave them loose from the factory when they ship them so that it doesn't get damaged. So I just tighten this one. So when you move this wheel, you see how the bed moves? So I'm just grabbing this wheel and see how the bed moves when I move this wheel? But if I hold the bed, I can still make the wheel slip, okay? So that's what you want. You don't want it to be where you can't hold the bed and turn the wheel and not turn the wheel. So what that means is you're putting too much strain and preloading the bearing too much. So I'm going to do the same thing. Now I'm checking these. I tightened up one and both of them tightened up here. So I'm wondering if just one of these was too tight. And I'm just going to check. Are these 3 bearings? These are 4. Okay. So the other bearing on the other side is not making contact. So good night, EL. I hope I was saying your name right. So I'm just going to adjust this other one too until I feel both. All 4 wheels should be gripping the extrusion in the same manner, where it's just enough to prevent it from not moving. Oh, am I getting some? A little bit more. And you want to go back and check them, because when you adjust one, the other might move, which is kind of annoying. So you just kind of got to go slow around them. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so all 4 wheels are nice and tight. I can still turn them while holding the bed. This one is a little too tight for my liking, so I'm going to back it off just a hair. Just a hair. All right. So there we go. This is just a folding table. That's what I use because my desk is filled with crap. I wanted to get my other printer. You can see here's an Anycubic Photon, which I will be doing a review on. This thing is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The reason I haven't done a review is because GearBest sells them. They were supposed to send me a second one. I purchased this one with my own money, or the company's money, I should say. TH3D bought that for me. And I was going to get a second one from them so we could start doing more resin prints. But they haven't got stock. So I was holding off on the review for it so that way I could actually have printers to sell for them. But they've been out of stock for months, so I might just do the review anyways. I don't know where I'm going to link to because Amazon doesn't have them. Last time I checked a couple days ago, and so does Gearbest is out of stock. So kind of pointless. I mean, I like doing the reviews, but it's kind of pointless if you can't get them from anywhere. So, all right, so we got our bed nice and sturdy. So very little flex. Like I really have to push on this. So yeah, we're in good shape. So I'm gonna go back to the manual here. Try to put it over here. All right. So step 1, it says basically it says to take the M5x45 with a washer, and you're going to put those up through the bottom into the 2040 extrusions, which are these guys here. All right, and it's showing that these holes, I'm looking at the printer like this, it's showing that this one goes on this side because these 2 holes are here. So here there's 2 holes, these go on this side, and then the other one goes on the left with the 2 holes towards the bottom. So I'm assuming these the Z motor screws into here, which is kind of smart because then they saved instructions on, or saved cost on 2 hammerhead nuts, which, you know, you're making thousands of machines, that saves you time and money. All right, so are these labeled? Oh, all the bags are labeled, guys. Creality knows the way to my heart, is labeled part bags with the actual sizes of the parts. TiVo could use a little lesson from them. Not that I'm shitting on TiVo, for the record. I actually think TiVo's doing a lot of good things, and they could have, if Creality didn't comply with the GPL, then TiVo could have easily overtook them because they are GPL compliant, believe it or not. Their machines aren't perfect by any means. My Tornado, both my Tornadoes here, one of them I gave away today to a buddy that helps me out. The power supplies are terrible. I could not get them to actually print correctly, and there was salmon skin until I swapped the power supplies and the solid state relay, because the original solid state relay on one of them was going out already. So I replaced them. Yeah, it's like Lego instructions. So it literally just shows you M5x45, 4 pieces, left and right, and shows you how to put them in. So I'm just going to follow the picture directions. Easy peasy. So, sorry about that, guys. RIP your ears. I'm sure that wasn't pleasant. But it is nice to see that it looks like this is all... So this is T-slot on the base here, which is fine. But where they have the V-slot wheels are actually V-slot extrusions. So Wanhao, if you're listening, you need to fix that. The D9 Wanhaos actually have T-slot Z extrusion with V-slot wheels, which, if you guys know anything about this stuff, that's not going to last very long. It's going to wear the wheels incorrectly, and you're going to have a lot of problems down the road. All right. Well, if anybody is being a pain in the ass in the chat, just, I have the chat up on my right side. You guys obviously have in the stream here, but I'll just, it's an insta ban. If you're gonna be hateful or mean or trolling, then you're gonna get banned, because we ain't got time for that shit. It's not tolerated. There's enough negativity in the world and the internet. We don't need it in our 3D printing life. So I'm gonna go ahead, and I'm always afraid I'm gonna over tighten these. Filament Frenzy, yeah, I know. I figured you guys would appreciate. Ooh. I need to like mic myself with my lapel mics I have, because I always hit this microphone on streams, even though the audio quality is great. That's why I use it. There we go again. I mean, I don't care like about dirty jokes or humor. Just don't be an asshole. That stuff doesn't bother me. I have a twisted sense of humor, so it takes a lot to piss me off or offend me, I should say. Um, but yeah, just don't be a dick. So it actually might not be. Ooh, might not be too bad. This is going smoothly so far. I don't know if I hope Tiny Machines is going to carry these. You guys can't hear me? My mic looks fine. I see my levels going. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mac MCM says I have no sound. But my levels look okay. 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 Thank you guys. It always makes me nervous because I've had issues with the microphone, and it's like that's why I gave the USB cable more slack. Okay. All right. And when you guys are putting together your printer, like make sure you guys tighten things up and everything's like aligned. Like look at extrusion, make sure it's level. Because a lot of people's issues down the road is because like there's something just a hair off, and it ends up throwing off the entire machine's assembly. All right, so that was step one. Step two is we're going to use two M5x8s to mount the LCD screen and two M4x20s to mount the power supply. The power supply is going to go on this side. LCD is going to go on this side as well. We're going to go ahead and do that. M4x20. 5x8. These are, there we go, M4x20. So we need two M4x20s. This is not a nice vape box. This thing is beat to shit. I haven't bought a new vape in like 3 or 4 years because this one keeps working. All right, so I'm assuming, based on the picture, the fan goes on the outside here. There we go. 220 by 220 by 250. Take it easy, Dr. Blackenstein. It's an interesting name. All right, just putting the power supply on. I kind of like this design. It's very clean. Now, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure this control box or power supply box housing is totally I'm pretty sure this is totally a model from Thingiverse, which if that's the case, they should credit the designer, like be like, "Hey, we use your design. Do you want a free printer?" Like that'd be great. So I'm going to plug this in here. Little XT60. This is a nice connector, so that's good. I like that. I've used those on higher amp applications. Now this is a 24 volt machine, so all right, we got to do the LCD now, which is two M5x8s, and I can't tell you how appreciative I am of Creality labeling these little bags of screws. I did not check the power supply terminals. So if it burns it up, I have stuff here to fix it. I'm not going to check the screw terminals because one, it's already in here and your average user isn't. So this is going to be done kind of from a noob's perspective, because if the power supply burns up because the terminals are not put on correctly. Like, I can fix that. I really don't care. It's irritating, but again, I can fix it. I'm probably going to replace the power supply anyways with a Meanwell, because I don't trust these Chinese ones. If I have a printer that does not have an ATX power supply, it has a Meanwell on it. They're a little expensive, but yeah, they're worth the price, because these cheap Chinese ones are are bad. Oh, Jimmy had me concerned there. I was like, I thought you said your build plate is shit. I was like, what's wrong with my sheets? Do not do a 24 volt on your CR10 bed. It's going to pull too many amps. All right, so we got our LCD mounted, and here's the thing. So I just instinctively hooked up the power. It looks like it's going to tell you to hook it up. So this is saying hook up the LCD EXP3, which is really odd. Like I said, I'm curious to see if this board and LCD are going to work with my EZABL kit. Because the LCD should technically hook up to EXP1, so I don't know if that's a typo, but I'm going to put it on 3 because that's what the directions say. All right, so it says step 3. We're going to use the Z. We're going to mount the Z end stop. It's going to go on this side, which is the Z plug's right here. And it says to put it 32 millimeters from the bottom. Now, there's no way to measure that with the included stuff, so I'm just going to kind of wing it, because there's no way to measure it without a what do you call it? Without me actually getting my calipers out, which I do have calipers. If you guys don't have calipers, go buy yourselves a set of calipers. This is nice, and they literally give you a bag that says spare parts. They give you a spare nozzle and extruder and bowden fitting for the hot end. So that's nice. It's a nice touch. Robbie Mac 24 volt does not affect the kits. In fact, they are 24 volt compatible already. We did that updating for the Tornado, because those are 24 volt. But yeah, they're fully compatible. The direct wires are anyways. The Easy Connects right now are not the Easy Connects right now are not 24 volt compatible because we provide a power supply. But I will be revising them once we finish up the resistors we use on them. We're just going to make them all 24 and 12 volt compatible. So if people want to convert an Easy Connect to a direct wire by cutting the cable, they'll be able to. But right now, the Easy Connects are only 12 volt compatible because of the value of the resistor we're using. And I've got about 700 of them that I have to go through, so they're going to be 12 volt for a little while. But like I said, it's fine. The power adapters we supply with them are 12 volt only, so there's really no reason to right now. All right, so I plugged in the Z end stop. It's mounted. It says to now mount the Z motor and put the lead screw in. So I'm going to do just that. Push the bed out of the way. That's a little too big. That's what she said. Larry, I have my AM8, and that's one of my best printing machines. I think this would be a good complementary machine for your AM8. But I don't think it's going to replace it. That's just my thoughts. And looking at this, there's actually no way to do dual Z on this because the power supply is in the way. And here's a little pro tip here. Before you get the lead screw in, do not tighten up the Z motor. Get the lead screw in, get it aligned, and then tighten it up. So it says put the lead screw in, because in the next step we're going to install the X gantry. So it says step 5, we're going to go ahead and use two M4x16s. I have here with 2 washers on them, and we're going to bolt these to the extrusion. So 2 M4x16s, and we're going to bolt these to the extrusion. So it's interesting to see how they've gone from using hammerhead nuts on everything to tapping and drilling. Now, cost-wise, that's really smart. Longevity-wise, I don't know how that's going to fare. So the thing is, they're not showing which brackets are which, but given the fact that this has these 4 holes on the top, I'm going to assume this is the top here. So we're going to set this aside. That leaves this guy here. And they do have a picture. It's just very small. So, and they're showing putting this on here. So, all right. Okay, so you have to put the screws in. Put the screws in first, and then put the actual extrusion on. This is not the same power supply as the CR10 because this is a 24-volt system. So the one tiny machine cell will not work. It might work, but you're not going to get good heat up times, I should say. So look for a meanwhile that puts out 24 volts at 15 amps. That's what this is spec'd out for. So that's what you should replace it with. I'm going to see what the actual power draw is because I have a 7 amp meanwhile here. So if it's not going to draw more than 6 amps, I might just throw that on here since I have it. But the one that comes with it is rated at 15 amps. Now that's 15 Chinese amps, cheap Chinese power supply amps. So let's say on a good day, we're going to get 8. I'm just being conservative here. And when you put this on, make sure that the extrusion lines up with the bracket, meaning it's flush. So like, make sure that the top of the extrusion lines up with the top of the bracket here. So this bends like this. Make sure it's flush. Yeah, Meanwhile is a Chinese power supply brand, but they are OEM for many different companies. They make very high quality power supplies. So, and here's Tyler. Tyler is our packing helper, kit maker. I think, what are you doing right now? You testing kits? Yeah, so he's testing all the kits by hand and gluing them up into the printed cases, and now he's stealing my balls. He's touching my balls right now. I have balls already. So, all right, so this is on here. I'm gonna just make sure this is all lined up, and we're gonna go ahead and tighten this little guy. There we go. Meanwhile is Taiwan. I mean, I'm pretty sure, isn't Taiwan in China? I know I sound pretty stupid right now, but I'm pretty sure Taiwan is part of China. Because, like, we sell Sunan fans. We sell Sunan fans, and they make their fans out of China and Taiwan. And their fans are really good quality. Gerald, yeah, that's X5S. We're not going to talk about that because they're not GPL compliant. I'm not going to get rid of the machine because I put a lot of work into it, but I'm not going to recommend their machines or talk about them because they're not GPL compliant. So they can fuck off. So yeah. Thanks for giving me the info on that, Ritual. That's interesting. I've been so busy, I haven't had time to keep up with anything political. Gerald, what fans did you get? Did you get the 5015 fans? Because I love those. Those are Evercools. Is what we use for the OEM of those. And I don't know if you noticed the Chinglish on the on the label. It's like best cooler or something. I laughed. I laughed my ass off. That's why I blurred out the label on the product page, because it was such bad Chinglish. I was like, oh, this is weird. But all of my Evercools are like that. I've got ones that are slightly different models here too. They all have Chinglish on them. I don't know why. Like, they should just, all these Chinese companies and Taiwanese and all these could just make so much more money if they hired someone that spoke both languages to write documentation and do product labels. That's just my 2 cents. Maybe I should learn Chinese. I know that's a really difficult language to learn, and there's like 2 different dialects, if I'm correct. But I feel like that would be really good, considering if I'm going to stay in this business. All right, moving on. It says we're going to need 2 M4x16 screws again, with 2 washers, and it's showing to slide the carriage on here, and then bolt the bracket on. So, oh, there's more than 2. That sounds, yeah. So, sounds like it'd be a pain to learn those languages, but I feel like it'd be worth it because, you know, like, think about the GPL stuff. Naomi Wu was able to translate and get them to understand. So if I could speak that language, that would be great. If I could go over there and talk to these companies, that'd be awesome. All right. This X carriage here. And I'm going to go, it doesn't say how to route this, but I'm going to go around this side. Make sure there's no tangles in the wire, that's just kind of free flowing, or now that I realize how the CR10's routed, put it like here. So, I don't know if you guys saw the Ender 3 promotional video where they're, they said it was like Ender 3, achieve your Trump. I lost it. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. So, I don't know what they meant by achieve your Trump. I don't know if like they're talking like they're trumping the other companies, or if they're talking about like Trump the president. I have no clue. Guess is as good as mine. But I kind of want to get shirts that just say like have our logo on the back, and on the front it says achieve your Trump. That would be hilarious. There's so many like memes from these Chinese companies that like we actually have a heat press and a vinyl cutter here. And I could have my wife make just all sorts of hilarious shirts. So I probably should do that. It's just showing it this. So this bracket goes like that. I have shirts here. I just haven't had time. So to let you guys know, so those of you guys who have not been following TH3D for very long, this started out as a hobby. This was a hobby for me, and I started making kits because people wanted to add bed leveling. That was my thing. The claim to fame was the bed leveling kits, and then we expanded to other stuff. And then I ended up having so many orders to keep up with and support tickets that I actually had to leave my day job as an IT manager and do this full time to keep up with everything, which is great. I'm not complaining. But now my wife, we got to a point where we were going to need to hire somebody to help keep up with orders and support. So I told my wife and she had a good job too. She was an internal auditor for Exelon here in Illinois. So she had a really good corporate job with lots of perks and stuff. And he basically said, well, either you quit your job or I got to hire somebody. So she happily quit. So basically what I'm saying is my time's going to be freed up more so we can do more stuff like new products, stuff like this, like stuff. Ritual, I haven't thought that far. Okay, you're asking me all these questions and I don't have answers. Okay, sound like my wife. Where are you gonna put that? You got another. I mean, she's not that bad, but it's kind of like, in her defense, I'm out of room. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm putting it, but I'm gonna have to keep it around for a little. This is going on kind of hard. It does mention loosening these guys up here. That. That's a little better. Come on. Nope. Man, this is tight. Kinda. Or if I need to loosen up the bottom bolts. Feel some of the locking up that spots because they're preloaded too much. We are not moving. We are definitely not moving. Just letting you guys know that. I saw Larry asking. So, I think the reason it was breaking up is because I have audio filter on here to kind of just take care of the background noise. So if I'm not up on the mic, it kind of cuts out. If you notice on my GPL video, is doing the same thing. It's because I was recording it with this. So it's not breaking up, it's the audio filtering doing its job essentially. All right, so I just had to force it on there a little bit. I need to tighten up and make sure this is actually level and straight because this is a single Z. Gotta make sure this is level. So I'm just gonna go ahead and tighten these up because I got this where I want it now. All right. Just get this in the holder. That'd be great. I just eyeball it, make sure if everything is square, you should be fine. I'm gonna shut my Netflix off here. There we go. Just realized that Tron finished. Country 3D, you did a video on the GPL, I thought too. You did a kind of a live stream. The name sounds familiar. I think you were at RepRap Fest too. And X9, this is a 24 volt system. All right, so I mean, this is going together pretty easily. I'm like not even like worrying about this. So this is moving smooth. This is actually set to a good amount. Your X carriage should not move at all. So this is buttery smooth. All right, so now it says to attach your X belt, which this should be fun. It actually says to put the belt on before you... Although this shouldn't be too bad because you got the tensioner over here. So I skipped a part. So go ahead and slide the belt in here. Come on. There we go. What do you mean by preference for the heated bed? I run stock heated beds on mine. I do have a CR10S here that's brand new. That was supposed to be a customer build, but I ended up having too little time to actually complete it, so I ended up refunding him his money, unfortunately. But that has a AC bed on it because he wanted it. So hopefully I'll finish that build. And then eventually sell it because I've got a couple. I want to say I got $400 or $500 into that machine, just on upgrades. So that would be good to sell it. Oh, I think the guy might still be interested. I just, I was honest with him. I was like, I'm really busy. I told him when he purchased that, when he was asking me about it, I was like, I can definitely do it. It's just gonna be one of those things where it might take me a month to actually get around to doing it because I'm so busy with the rest of the company stuff. And he was getting impatient. I could understand. So I was like, you know what, here's your deposit back. And he was cool about it. So no hard feelings. It was just disappointing to me because I really wanted to get him this awesome machine because I went and purchased a genuine E3 Titan Aero, Kinovo bed, Asumi solid state relay, Meanwhile power supply, polycarbonate wheels. I mean, it's, we're talking like nothing held back CR10S, and it's sitting in my living room like 75% built. So hopefully he'll still want it. Otherwise, I'll probably put it up on the site as like a one-off build. I'm sure someone will buy it. Let me put it this way. If you have an AC bed like the Kinovo, you can get to 100 Celsius in under 3 minutes with no problem. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, the heat up time. So we're going to go ahead. I'm putting the X belt on. Same way the CR10 goes on. So what I usually do is I'll get these T-nuts, these hammerhead nuts, whatever you want to call them. I'll get them to like start biting into the extrusion. And then once they're kind of locked in, I'll take my Allen key and push it out and then hold it with my finger just to get some tension on that belt so you can actually get it. Now, you don't want to over tighten it because if you over tighten it, you're going to skew the gantry. And with a stock machine, it's not a huge deal. But the when you use like an ABL system, like the stuff I sell, it'll actually skew the plate and throw the reading off of the sensor. So we got our X on here. Just tightening these down. I have a 12 volt 400 watt heated bed on my S4. It pulls 40 amps roughly, I want to say. I actually have another one for prototype. I got from Tiny Machines. I was testing them out, but the problem is they need such a big beefy power supply. They're not practical to use, which is why I have a CR10S4 with a dead 600 watt ATX power supply because it gave up the ghost after about, I want to say 8 months. So I'm putting a 850 watt on there. So hopefully that'll last a little longer. All right. So we got the X gantry mounted, got the belt attached, and now it's saying to use 4 M5x25s with 4 washers and put them on top. And then apparently there's little end caps. Oh, there are. So, no, Jim, if you use a, if you use a Kinovo, you don't need a power supply to run it. It pulls off of the your standard outlet power. But if you want to use, I think you have my ABL kit. If you go to an AC bed, get just the pad and look on our website on the EZABL product page. There is a part number from Masumi for an SSR listed. And get that SSR and use that to control the bed because some of the cheaper ones do not clamp the AC voltage well enough, and you'll get leakage, which is going to affect the sensor. If I do, like on that CR10S build, that has a Masumi SSR on it. I mean, that SSR alone is $25 versus the Photech ones you can get for like $7, which are usually knockoffs. But you get what you pay for, and you're dealing with AC current here, so that's not... Oop. Surprised I haven't dropped more parts today. I'm usually dropping stuff all the time if any of you have been on my streams before. But yeah, I don't cheap out when I do solid state relays, especially on customer builds. And I also do a 15 amp or 10 to 15 amp breaker, depending on what bed is going on to it. So the only thing is this is kind of bowing out when I'm trying to put these in. So I don't know if I didn't square something up. I might loosen up. I'm going to loosen up these bottom bolts just because this is binding up. a little too much here for my liking. Because this is a couple millimeters out on this side. So I'm going to loosen up these bottom bolts here. And on these towers. I'm just going to loosen these up. Let it kind of float. And the benefit of doing this is it kind of lets everything kind of naturally align, if that makes sense. So I tighten these down pretty good. So if something's out of whack, what this is going to do is give it a chance for everything to kind of settle. The upgraded MOSFET is a, it depends. It depends on what version of the CR10 MOSFET you have. The early ones were really undersized, so I did see an increase, but the newer ones are a little bit better. They have, basically what you're limited by is like they use small terminals, so you're limited physically on the amperage it can handle. But they are going to handle more current than the stock MOSFET because they're better terminals and just thicker traces on the PCB if you compare them. So yeah, so see how I loosened that up on the bottom and now these lined up a lot better. And I'm just going to drive this. I haven't even tightened up the lead screw yet. But I'm going to move this up and make sure this just feels good from top to bottom here. This is moving pretty good. I'm looking for is any sort of like binding once it gets towards the top, because if there is, that means that the spacing from the top between these two towers could be off versus at the bottom. You don't want that because then you're going to get Z-axis binding because it's at a different width on the top and bottom, which you don't want. So go ahead and tighten these down. I'm going to flip it back over and tighten up the bottom again. Right. I think in about 10 minutes, or actually about 5 minutes, at 9 o'clock, we're going to take a break here. And I'm going to see if I can get the contest stuff set up. And take a quick bathroom break. We're going to go ahead and tighten these back up. I do have affiliate links, but I slacked on this one. If you look on my other videos, there's Amazon affiliate links and GearBest ones. You can use those. But I really just kind of wanted to get this stream out there and scheduled. But it's actually really warm in here because I've got 4 machines running right now. I usually have more, but I shuffled around a bunch of them. And then my Octoprint installation on my the Octoprint installation on my Ender 2 is being a pain, so I gotta see what's going on with that. Oh yeah, if anybody's, I think someone was asking about the pies. I don't have an ETA on those, but I have almost everything done. We have a little stash of Raspberry Pis. We literally have to buy them at retail. So I have to go and literally pick them up. For my products, I don't have affiliate links right now. Again, I will have more time in the next few weeks because my wife is coming on board full time. So that's going to allow me to focus on other things like marketing and new products. Main benefit of this compared to other Creality printers, just another machine. Just a nice, affordable little printer. I'm pretty impressed with it so far. Not terrible. Go ahead and just put my Bowden tube in here. There we go. And then, all right, so we got those on. Now it says 2 M 5x8s with 2 T-nuts. We're basically going to screw the spool on top of here. And the interesting thing is, there's no bearing holder, if you notice, like the CR10s have. And personally, I don't like the bearing holder. Just me personally. I can tell right now my Z switch needs a little bit because it's not hitting. It is nice that this one's adjustable because of how they designed it. That's a nice little upgrade from the previous generation. I prefer Bowden. I have both, but I prefer Bowden. It's a lot easier to manage overall, in my opinion. Some people may disagree, and that's fine. But yeah. Yeah, I do think there is EZABL, because, like, you know, the Ender 2 doesn't have it. I get great prints out of that. I might actually just take them out of, I might take them out of the CR10s I have. I do not have a picture of the EZABL Mini. I showed it off a little earlier in the stream if you want to look back. I will be posting pictures of it tomorrow, because we actually have, I got about a dozen of them here, and I got, we only ordered a small batch of sensors to test with internally, and then to have some extra to sell. But I have 500 sensors on the way for the minis, and I should have those next week. So they will be a regular stock item, and they're not, the mini is not replacing the standard. The mini is going to be actually $5 more than the standard, because that's how much more it costs us per sensor. So yeah, they're going to be sold alongside. It's basically an option. Some people are very, very concerned about every little gram of weight on their hot end, and people have been asking us to make a smaller sensor. So we worked with our factory, got a smaller sensor, because as far as we could tell, there were no decent 12mm capacitives. So we ended up having to work with them to send out a bunch of prototypes to test 12mm size, because there were only inductive types on the market. And I have seen other 12s pop up, so I don't know if they're now starting to sell them regularly, but I've been working on the mini sensor for about, I want to say 3 or 4 months now, and they're finally in a place where they can mass produce them. Because that was a problem, was getting them down to where they can mass produce them. They can make them, but the yields weren't very good. So, but if you have like a CR10 or even an Ender 2, there's only going to be a few models that are going to have to use the mini because of the size, until I can get more creative about a mount. And that's like the Wanhao D6, because it's just so tight of you know, clearances and mounting space that you have to have a smaller sensor. But yeah, I mean, basically, it's like, personally, I'm not going to be using the mini on too many machines. I have one on one here, which was our test bed. That's actually on our i3 mini, so I figured it was fitting to put the EZABL mini on our i3 mini system. So that was the test bed to make sure that it was reliable, it was getting the same accuracy. And then I also tested it out on our Ender 2, but personally, there's no big difference. You know, save a couple bucks and go with the regular one. You're not gonna, I don't think you're really gonna see the difference print quality wise. I'm gonna test it, put it side by side, you know, see if that 20 grams of weight makes a difference in print quality. I don't think it's going to. I think you're going to have other issues on the machine that would have issues and cause print quality problems. Spool holder is not on the wrong side. It is on the correct side according to the pictures. Oh, you're talking about this. Oh, I see what you mean. I was like, I mounted it. The right one? Oy vey. Come on, Internet. You guys are so nitpicky sometimes, you know that? I do not have the firmware for this one. Creality is releasing it in June, they promised. Maybe sooner. Back to the assembly, though, really quick. Basically, we're just going to hook up all the cables. X, E, Z, Y is already hooked up, and our end stop. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. So here's the thing. I've always been a big proponent of not mounting spools like this up on top, but I have the Ender 2, and that gets great print quality, and it's a top mounted spool. I also top mounted it on my ANET E10 due to space reasons. And while everybody has always given people shit on top mounting the spool, I have not seen a print quality difference. To be completely honest, which I was surprised, because you would think having 2 pounds of filament up here while it's moving would make a difference, but I think it's kind of a thing that's debunked. It's like one of those things, like, in theory you probably don't want to, but in practice doesn't make a difference. You know, do what works for you. Everybody's got their opinion on shit. Just do what works for you. And don't let people on the internet try to tell you how to set your printer up, because half the time they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But yeah, Sam, Creality said and promised they will be releasing the firmware for this printer, which is why it's being shown on here. We got to cut them some slack. You can't be like, we need it now, because they might not have it ready. The code might be completely shit. But the point is, they're working with us. There's a dialogue, and they've already promised to be 100% compliant. So, what more can we really ask, honestly? I am going to get this supported in Unified. Maybe tonight? I don't know. I don't know if you guys... No one said anything about this. Do you guys know what this is? And I printed that off just in case we had time to do it tonight. So I'm going to put... There's a lot of extra screws here. I feel like I'm missing something. I've got 2... Assuming these are extra, got 2 M4x16s and 2... Got a bunch of extra screws here. It's kind of like when you put a laptop back together and you're like, man, I feel like I'm... I got 2 screws here. Where the hell did they go? That's how I feel right now. Alright, so... Okay, yeah, I mean, it kind of screws with me. It's like, why are there so many extra screws here? So, do you guys think it's, we're gonna let the magic smoke out or not? Yeah, I'm just double checking to be safe here. We're good. Let's see. See if we let the magic smoke out. I appreciate extra screws. As long as they're actually extra. Oh, and you know what I just realized? I don't know if I missed this or if they didn't say it, but I just realized I did not tighten up the lead screw. And you know what this sucks? I should have gone and grabbed... I bought a really nice set of hex wrenches, or not hex wrenches, but like hex screwdrivers. And Allen key screwdrivers that would have been great to use on this build. I was really excited about them. And they're sitting downstairs because Amazon delivered them today. I will bet you... I don't know, because maybe they learned. I don't know. I'm just going to say that their thermal protection is probably not enabled, because most Chinese printers do not. And I can tell by the board, you look at the bottom, it looks like it's a CR10 board, which means it's 1284p, and the pictures I've seen online too, which means it's going to need the bootloader. So if you guys are thinking about upgrading your firmware, make sure you get an Uno to flash it. We do sell them with all the wires you can need to flash it. And I'm assuming it's going to be the same flashing procedure. So we'll find out. Let's let the magic smoke out. And make sure you always protect your power with a battery backup. And that's why I don't care personally about Power Resume, because I use these on every single machine I own. Okay. Well, I said at 9 o'clock we're going to take a break. So the screen is on. We're going to take a break here. So I'm going to put on some music, cut over to a print, and then we'll be back. I'm going to be like these TV people and leave you hanging. You're going to have to come back and wait. So I'm going to put some music on. You guys all get a drink, energy drink, a beer, something. I'm going to shut this off. We didn't let the magic smoke out. I'm going to go use the bathroom. So stay tuned. We'll be back, okay? I'll let you guys watch my printer here. I think upcam 4 box. I didn't set up a hotkey for this setup. But we'll be right back. Let me just go ahead and put a new be right back here. I'm just setting this up in my studio here. There we go. Let's see. I should have been better prepared. There, how's that?
Hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked, and I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. Oh, what's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is blood. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around.
Or important emails.
Apparently there are ads. I opened it in another browser that isn't signed in with YouTube Red. So I'm just going to try to set this contest thing. I'm going to make a Google form. So be back in about 6 minutes here, guys. Alright everybody, put your names and email in on the Google form. This will be used for the giveaway. Coming up at 10 p.m. Almost done here. Alright. We are back. Switch back over here. Let me turn off the music on my end. Alright, so now I keep you guys hanging. Giveaway is going to be at 10 p.m., so in 40 minutes. Just name and email. Real name preferably. So what's going to happen is I'm going to draw... it doesn't matter, as long as you have a real email. I will contact you with the code. So how it's going to work is I'm going to set up a discount code from the website. Well, actually, it's for the Mini. So they're not in stock right now. So I'm just going to basically set you guys up with a manual order. So whoever wins, you'll send me, I'll send you an email from my TH3D account. You will send me your address, email, phone number, and I'll create a manual order, and then it'll go out in the mail on Monday. So if you are outside of the US, I'll just ask, depending on how much the shipping is, I'll cover up to $15 of shipping. So that should cover most international customers, but I've seen international shipping for first class postage all the way up to $25. So yeah, you can enter once. So this is the, hang on, let me copy the link again. Just a simple Google form here. Try that. See if that works. I mean, I'm assuming it's working because there's 37 people. And only enter one time, guys. If I see you enter twice, then I will, That's weird. So I'm in Google Forms right now. All right, let me try copying this whole form link here. This is the entire link. See if that works. I mean, I've got 39 responses here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I haven't used Google Forms in a while. Okay, so there you go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this here. And let's get on with, let's see if we home everything correctly. Now, I'm just going to check that my ZN stop can be hit. It can. My temp readouts are working. And I'm going to go ahead and auto home. That Y is homing pretty rough. I'm assuming that's a firmware issue. So I'm going to preheat PLA here, which is actually not heating the bed. It's just heating the nozzle. Nozzle is heating, though. I'll go ahead and move this up so I don't burn a hole in my mat. Move it, move axis. Millimeter up. Yeah, they're definitely running an old version of Marlin out here. Can you guys hear me now? Hello, hello? It's not bad, but it's hard to tell because I've got like 4 other machines running behind me. So the funny thing is, if you preheat ABS, none of these preheat settings are actually setting the bed to a target temperature. Oh. It just rebooted. Not a, Huh. I'm plugged into my UPS here. Like this is really in here. I don't know if that's... Let's try this again. I'm gonna go and manually just set my temperatures. Set our hot end to like 220. I set the bed. Yeah, let's see if it'll hit 70. See, my fan will, fan's working. I think my power plug wasn't in all the way. This is my table that's wobbling, not the printer. Has no bearing on how this is going to print, honestly. So, yeah, this was purchased with my own money from Amazon. So, yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten cherry-picked machines from like GearBest or something, because I've got some machines that have had issues. Okay, yeah, the power issue was this. You got to really press this into the socket. You got to actually press this into the socket really hard. So it didn't shut off. I think what happened was I moved it and it shut off. So power supply is not really getting warm. One thing I like to check is, so this has got a quick disconnect, and these wires are not getting warm. So bed's heating up. We're already at 52 degrees. Hot end's heated. The bed's heating up really nice. I'm just feeling if there's any bubbles, because some people said they got bubbles under their mat, which is not good. It says do not touch the heated bed. Well, I'm a rebel, so I'm touching it, guys. They can't tell me how to live my printer life. So I'm gonna pop the SD card here. The time locally is 9:32. Short to ground, what's up, man? I'm sorry you got irritated with all the GPL stuff. I'm glad it's kind of died down. I'm glad we made progress. Really glad that we like made progress with everything. How often does this go on? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by the how often does this go on? I want to do giveaways more. Like we're giving away an EZABL kit. I'm not giving away the printer. Because I really just, the reason I don't do printer giveaways on here is because I don't want to ship them. They're such a pain. You want me to shoot it with my temp gun? Here, Jerry, will this work? So the LCD is reading 70, and I'm getting 68 towards the edges over here. 69. We're about 70. We got some hotter spots here. Now I do have a Seek thermal camera. So I don't know where that's at right now though. But we're within a degree or two. It's pretty accurate. So that's good. Stay here. No, the bed is aluminum. So right in the center here, I'm reading about 72. So close enough. So let's grab some filament and do the test print. Let me grab a roll. And there's oh, that's weird. There's like 6 squad cars down the road blocking traffic. Well, I don't know what's going on. This does not come with ABL. I'm gonna go ahead here and purge the extruder here. Now, just me personally, I like to feed about 50 to 60 millimeters out when I'm purging a new filament. And it doesn't look like they printed with this because my blue's coming out right away. So this is just going to take a minute here to purge the nozzle, and then we're going to print the dog G code. I'm going to bump the temperature on the bed down to 60, okay? Because it hit 70. I have a feeling this printer will be actually pretty good for ABS. Maybe I'll throw this in my, we sell the enclosures. This right here is another one of our enclosures. So I bought, this is like a scratch and dent one I got from my supplier. Got a little mark on the side, so I got it super cheap. And you can't see it here, but there's another one over here that our CR10 Minis in. Tor, I gave away your Ender 3 that's coming in to someone on the channel. That's what you missed. And we're still purging the extruder. Also, I just realized we did not level the bed yet. Okay, extruder is purged. I'm going to home everything. We're going to level the bed and then do a print. Yeah, this is Baja Blast. What else would I be vaping? Hey, Jack. The cats are good. My wife is doing good too, especially since she no longer is working a corporate job. All right, so we're going to level the bed. So just bear with me here. Alright. Alright, bed is leveled. I hate doing that. Dear God. I haven't done that in so long. Alright, print from SD card. We're going to do test-dog.g code. Everything was heated, so it's just going to start printing. And my center is super high. Where's baby stepping? I need baby stepping. Okay. Yeah, so there's the center of the bed has a major dip in it from the corners. I wish I could say I'm surprised. Fine, you guys want a print cam? Hang on. You guys are such a pain in the ass sometimes, you know that? I happen to have a USB extender and an extra camera in here. Alright. Let's see, small cam, does this work? I toggle it. Hey, guys. This camera should work. I just gotta toggle it. Hang on. Bear with me. Hold up. Deactivate. Reactivate. It's not showing the cam. So yeah, it's not even turning on. Hang on, guys. I know it's black, okay? Hang on. I'm trying to get this camera working so you guys can see. There we go. All right, how's that, guys? So they're definitely doing a concentric infill here. I don't know if it's doing a brim. But you can see I got it stepped down there. So while we're waiting for this to print, guys, shoot questions. Yeah, giveaway ends in about 20 minutes here. Let me see here. Here's to enter the giveaway. Go ahead and put your name and email in here. I mean, it's printing. This is we're printing with some inland Egyptian blue, which is a beautiful color in my opinion. I really enjoy it. It's about the same noise level as a CR10, I'd want to say. Maybe a little quieter. The enclosure is made out of MDF with laminate on it. Laser cut. So you can see it ships like, the enclosure ships like this. So you get a little, oh, there's a hole in my bag. Not good. The enclosure ships a little bag of hardware. And this is the entire enclosure right here. Ships flat. It'll take about an hour to get it all put together. So, if you look here, it's probably gonna be blurry, but there's my CR10 Mini in the same enclosure. There's my S4, which is down for maintenance, and my Tornado, and E10 monoprice, and then the Ender 2, and there's my AM8 doing ABS. It actually just finished a print. I'm not going to be doing rail kits, because personally I don't think there's a big difference. What do you call it? The polycarbonate wheels are actually really good. I'm really impressed with them. That's why we're selling them now. So if you want something a little harder, that's what I'm putting on all of our machines. Hog Fanboy, yeah, she did work for a good company. We're actually paying for our own Blue Cross now out of pocket. So a little expensive, but we have to have health care. And I'm going to get up in a sec here. I'm going to open the window because it's getting warm in here. So Noah, I do have one Core XY style printer. That is the Tronxy X5S. And that one took a lot of work, but I don't recommend it. They're not GPL compliant right now. And it's a lot of work. There's a lot better there are a lot other machines that are better out there. Yeah, we do. And they ship to the US right now. The main reason we don't ship outside of the US is because customs declares them as furniture. So it's really expensive. There's a lot of tariffs on there. But yeah, if you go to our site, there's a CR10 enclosure. It's up to 7 days lead time, but we've typically been getting them out in about 2 to 3 days. So print quality wise, this isn't looking too bad. Really weird choice of how they did the supports. And it's like there's a huge brim on it too. It's actually, that OEM mount is actually for the standard EZABL, but like I said, we include little adapters so you can use the Mini with all the existing mounts. So you guys don't have to design new ones. I don't have to design new ones. We can use existing mounts with the new Mini probe. Speaking of which, we're giving one away in about 15 minutes. So make sure you click the link here. I'm going to paste that in chat again. So we're just going to kind of hang out here. If you guys have questions, feel free to answer them. Or ask them, and I will answer them while we're letting this print here. Yeah, so because this is a 24-volt system, the fans are going to be 24 volt and the heater cartridge. That's pretty much the only difference. So your bed heater is going to be have a resistance that's geared towards 24 volts, so it's going to be high resistance. And the fans are going to be 24 volt fans, so they'll handle the voltage better. Looks like I'll probably have to carry 24 volt fans. Yeah. Lewis. So I will be adding a very small amount of minis to the site. We're taking pictures tonight after I'm done with the stream. I have one sitting on my desk. So the one we're giving away is the one I'm using for the photos. So you guys will, whoever wins, will be getting the one we use to do all the photos, the product photos. So the boards that we're using for the minis and the regular ones, the boards are exactly the same. So the difference is the size of the probe and the weight of the probe. That's the only difference. They're the same accuracy. They're both capacitive, so they both work on glass. They also work on metal. But they're from the same company that does our 18s for us. The same custom setup that we do. I have about 12 of them right now. So I'm basically going to keep one for myself, which is on a printer already. One is going to Tyler, who was popped in here a couple times. So he's going to put that on his i3 Mini. And then the other, like 10 are going to go on the site for sale. And I have more probes coming next week, I want to say. It depends on how long the factory takes to get them to me. But in terms of print quality, this is going pretty good. I don't know why they did such a huge brim on their test print. The TH3D bed mat is adhesive. It's a 3M adhesive. Yeah, there is a part cooler, Robbie. The weight saving on the Mini, it's 20 grams lighter. Our regular probe makes our regular probe weighs about 40 grams. The new one weighs 20, so it's half the weight and a smaller diameter. So. I'm assuming this is, I don't think this is support. Maybe. I forgot what the model looks like. So let's see. I don't think it's a raft. I think it's just a brim. It's definitely not a raft. It's definitely a brim. And I think there's support. Oh, there's a MakerBot logo in the center. I don't know. I don't think there's support. I think it's just a weird brim. It's definitely a MakerBot model, which is funny. We're located in Oakland, Illinois. We're just outside of Chicago. So we're in the US. So hopefully we'll be moving to Indiana or Wisconsin soon, because Illinois is just killing us on taxes from every direction. James, Easy Pies, I have to take photos. I've got literally a box of adapters, a box of pies, a box of SD cards, box of hardware to mount them. Yeah, so I want to say Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going to post about a dozen of them to the site. We're not going to be doing high volume on those. So, just reading through the chat message here. Can you guys hear this printer printing? I know my mic is cutting, so you guys might hear it while I'm talking, but I do have noise reduction on, so my mic is not going to actually send any audio until I talk. Because it's just a similar, whine of all the other printers that have these same 4988 drivers. It's not. I don't mind the noise. I'm sure most of you guys know. You kind of get used to it. And I don't know. I personally, because I'm weird, I find it soothing. East Coast Rep Fest, I'm not sure. I got to talk to the wife and see if she thinks it's worth coming out. Yeah, so, and it's hard for me to judge noise because I don't know where I have an actual decibel meter floating around here somewhere, but my ambient noise in my office is like 42 to 45 decibels, just background noise from the fans and everything. So we're going to let this print for a little while longer here. We got 12 minutes before the giveaway. Short to ground, I believe it's a CR10 board from the pictures I've seen online, but we are going to take it apart because what kind of a review would this be if I didn't take it apart? That's what I do. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be putting a listing up once I get the sample photos from my supplier of the CR10S boards with the dual stepper drivers. I'm also getting in a bunch of other things to do dual extrusion, like a Y adapter, extra motors, extra stepper cables, and everything. So it is actually happening. I finally found someone over in China that works with Creality that is getting them to produce custom boards. So dual extrusion with a drop-in board is going to be possible. I'm assuming we'll have them ready for sale in about 2 weeks. So I'm just letting you guys know that. I don't know if we should do a pre-order or not, because I really don't like responding to emails of people going, when is this going to ship, even though it clearly said pre-order. But if we do that, I might be able to get the price down for everybody, because then instead of ordering, let's say, only 100 boards, I could order 200 or 300. So I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that? If we should do a pre-order on that stuff? The LCD is not exposing because I forgot I turned auto exposure off. Mac, MCM, I'm going to sell stuff to do 2 into 1 and 2 in, 2 out. Whatever you guys want. I'm just saying. I don't have a preference. I will stock whatever you guys want. I can literally get any sort of part. So I was going to get in... We obviously stock Titan extruders and V6 hot ends already. But I'm going to get the standard yellow MK8 style extruders because they work fine. And they're going to be like half the price, or less, actually less than half the price of a Titan. So I know some people are fine with a standard extruder. So also my brother designed a bracket so you can mount your second extruder on the right side of the X gantry. So you will have a extruder motor on the left, and the right we have a official TH3D CR10S second extruder motor mount. And we're going to be releasing that on our site free for everybody. Mac, you can do PVA. I have one machine here that has dual extrusion. It's my enclosed machine, which is right here. And you can do PVA for supports on there. You just have to have a purge tower. I prefer 2 into 1, but like I said, I don't care. I will supply my customers with what they want. I will make sure what I'm selling is good stuff. Just because I have a preference for 2 into 1 versus 2 in, 2 out doesn't mean I'm not going to sell it. If people want that, I'll get whatever you guys want. So, what kind of bracing? Because personally, I've done the threaded rod bracing, and it didn't improve print quality for me at all. I ended up taking it off because it just got in the way of the camera mount. Also, 8 minutes till giveaway. Just letting you guys know, 8 minutes. There's the link again. Make sure you get your email and name in on here. I prefer 2 into 1 because leveling 2 hot ends is a huge pain, and then you've got another one that's sitting there dripping material, and you lose print volume on the left and right side of your bed that's equal to the offset of those nozzles. So let's say your nozzles are 30 millimeters apart, you're losing 100, or you're losing 60 millimeters total, because that's what the firmware is going to limit you to. So if you have 2 hot ends and it's 30 millimeter offset, you're going to lose 30 millimeters on the right side of the bed and 30 millimeters on the left side of the bed. So it's going to take your 300 by 300 build volume down to 240. Think about that for a second. So we're going to let this print run until 10 o'clock when we do the giveaway. So we got 6 minutes left. Yeah, so that's why I prefer 2 in, 1 out. I have not had any issues with it. Just make sure you use a purge tower. Simplify 3D supports that. I want to say I think Cura does, but I don't use Cura at all. I'm 100% Simplify 3D shop here. I haven't used Cura in months. Jerry, I haven't been on Facebook much today because we've been working a lot. Yeah, I'm not going to do a bracing kit like that. We don't have the room to stock that right now, and I'm not going to pre-order, or I'm not going to compete with Ziltech because they have really low prices. It doesn't make sense for me to compete with them because I'm not going to make anything off sell them. So it's not even going to be worth my time to compete with them to make like $3, because that's what it's going to end up costing by the time we stock everything, package it, ship it. It's not going to be worth the time. Five minutes till the giveaway. Again, enter there. Brian, I have been on ANET's ass all week, and I'm getting the runaround. ANET is the next printer manufacturer that we are focusing on. It's going to go ANET, Tronxy, FL Sun already said they saw what happened with Creality, and they already said we're releasing Source, which is exactly what I was hoping would happen. FL Sun is releasing their Source. I got to follow up because a couple people have sent me links that FL Sun is releasing their stuff. So, but like I said at the beginning of the stream, we're focusing on one manufacturer at a time, because if we divide our attention, then we're not going to get anywhere. So, and I think that was proven with, Creality. Everybody focused on Creality. Creality complied. Now other printer manufacturers are complying. I don't think ANET's going to comply, but I'm not going to stop bothering them until I get it. So I'm going to be reaching out to ANET communities again. There's also a reseller of ANET machines. They also resell Creality machines called Alunar, and they sell in the US, but I'm pretty sure they're a Chinese-based company. So I'm going to go after Alunar because they sell ANET machines. So if we can get at least one of those resellers to release the source code for the ANET machines, that's what we need to happen, or need to have happen. I'm also working on a website right now to aggregate all of the community firmwares, all the company firmwares, source code, hex files into one site. So I'm building an online database that you can go to and find your printer manufacturer and your model, and then there will be a list of community builds, stuff like I do, stuff like Skynet does for the ANETs. It's not just going to be my community build, it's going to be everybody. So basically one central place to get firmware for your Chinese 3D printers. So that's my next project to work on. Print's coming out decent so far. And 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the giveaway. Tech PC 007. I have not verified if the bootloader is on here, but the fact is, the pictures I've seen and looking at a little bit of the board I could see on the bottom here when I had it flipped over, it looks like it's a CR10 board, meaning it's probably going to need the bootloader. TH3D sells a very cheap bootloader kit that comes with the Uno, the USB cable, and all the jumper wires for $15. So if you're getting other stuff from us, you can go ahead and pick that up. We sell a lot of those. There's a lot of people that buy just the bootloader kits because it's actually usually cheaper to buy it from us with all the wires and everything than to buy a big pack of wires where you get like 500 wires and the Uno. So yeah, like an XDA for 3D printers. So Monoprice does not need to release the source code, and they probably don't have it, but Wanhao needs to. It's like I have a power spec i3, so I had to go to Wanhao to get the firmware because Wanhao is the one who's making it. So that's how that works. So whoever's OEM, it's like that Lunar company. They sell rebranded ANETs. So, but what they can do is get the source code from the manufacturer. So go ahead and bother Monoprice. But they're probably going to direct you to Wanhao, which is what Micro Center did to me for the power spec one. They told me to contact Wanhao because they're the ones who make the printer. They're just a reseller. So, and that's how we got. Wanhao's complying. They're releasing all their source code too. So, and it's all, Wanhao makes Monoprice. Wanhao makes Cocoon Creates and Power Spec machines. They're an OEM for multiple companies. All right, guys. I'm going to post the giveaway link one more time here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Google form. And I think I could pull up my left monitor here. Yep. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up all the... I'm not going to show everybody's email here because I don't want to dox people. So as soon as it's 10:01, all the responses will be considered final. So if you guys want to get in on this giveaway, you need to enter your email and name in. We got 96 responses. Just a few seconds left, then we're going to do the drawing. I know there's a website that's like an online name picker where you can paste all the stuff. All right, cool. Random name picker. I got it. So we got 98 responses. I'm going to refresh this, make sure I got everything. All right. I'll go ahead and export these. And I'm going to copy these into this random name picker here. Keith, you have like 3 entries here. Scott, you do too. What is up with this, guys? Okay, I'm no longer accepting responses. So because you guys put multiple names in here, now I'm going to have to filter out people's duplicates here. Like, I got 3 for Keith. Keith REA, are you a different Keith than Keith at Future Tech and HE websites? Okay, because I'm just deleting. If I'm seeing 2 of the same names, I'm just deleting one of them. So give me a second, okay? I need to, because you guys didn't listen. Yeah, now I have to filter out stuff, so thanks for that. All right, hang on. You're gonna have to give me a second here. Internet, why? Why can't you guys listen and make my life easy? I think, Scott, you entered like 6 times. I don't know if you were trying to just get more entries or if the form wasn't working, so I'm going to not disqualify you. Alright, so I think we're okay. I'm just double checking. Someone entered, if you entered 74 for your name, please, whatever, I'll just enter. Yeah, short to ground, this was very last minute. I just wanted to do something fun. And now I'm sorting out names. Alright, let's see if I can copy these. Copy, or paste these into a random name picker. And let me see if this works. Okay. Alright. I figured it out, guys. Alright, so I'm going to switch over here, and whoever's name comes up wins. Alright, you guys ready? We're on the left screen here. Can you guys see this here? So this is all done live. We'll do it live! Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and click the button. I'm just trying to find my chat here. You guys ready? Everybody ready? Drum roll! Who's ready to achieve their trump? And pick name. Joe York. You are the winner of tonight's EZABL mini kit. So I'm going to email you. Let me just double check here. You had a Gmail account. Joe only had 1 entry. Joe, are you still in the chat here? I'm assuming Team Any York is Joe. Yeah, it was totally rigged. You guys saw me literally click it. I'm assuming Team Any York is Joe. Yeah, Joe's here. So Joe, I will go ahead and send you an email, and then we're gonna go ahead and send you an EZABL mini kit. So congratulations on winning. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of Joe's name, and we're gonna do one more poll. What should we give away? What should we give away, guys? Let's do one more giveaway here. I'm feeling generous. What should we give away? We've got all sorts of goodies. What should we give away here? Take a look at the site. Give away my cat. No one wants my cat. I couldn't pay someone to take my cat. Here, let's go to the store here. So what should we give away? And my echo just turned on, which was really freaking creepy. I don't know. What should we give away, guys? A TH3D shirt? Yeah? Ender 3 mats are not going to be out just yet. I only give away I only do not give away printers because I do not like shipping them. All right, so what would you guys rather see us give away? I was thinking a shirt and maybe a TH3D Titan. Would that be good? One of these guys here? A Titan or a hot end? What would you guys want? Want to do a Titan or a hot end? Come on, post your guys' stuff in the chat. Titan or hot end? Okay, we see Titan, hot end. Couplers are cheap. I'm not giving away cheap ass couplers. Okay. I'm seeing the Titan is outweighing. All right. So we're going to give away a Titan. This is a TH3D Titan. Retail value of $39.99. You get all these lovely goodies here. We actually give you tons of extras for a lot less than our competition, which would be E3D. This is based on their open source design, and it's made with very high quality parts. The difference is the new ones will actually ship with an injection molded mount here. These are older pictures. Everything else is the same except the mount is injection molded. This is a generic mount. So let's do a drawing for the TH3D Titan. You can see here, I got rid of Joe York out of here. So let's see who wins the TH3D Titan. Bruce Wilbur. Bruce Wilbur, are you in the chat? Bruce Wilbur. Is Bruce Wilbur in the chat? There you go. So, if you guys want, yeah, I'll send you guys an email. Are you guys both in the U.S.? Bruce and Joe York, are you guys in the U.S.? I got to get new vape batteries. Okay, you're in the UK. I'll get your email from you. We do ship worldwide. So like I said, I'll cover up to 15 in postage. So basically any excess, it should only be a couple bucks, if any. UK is usually pretty good. We're not done here, guys, because I haven't opened this yet. So let's go ahead and switch to the small camera here. And let's kill this print and see how it's looking. All right, stop the print. All right. Let me find their scraper. I am opening that thing, the Happy Extruder. One thing, you guys, if you're new to this, to my channel, I take everything apart. There's no such thing as a warranty in terms of my printers. I don't ever contact the companies for replacement parts. Ever. All right. That was a little rough to get off. Stuck on pretty good. Decent first layer. But this bed is definitely bowed, so yeah, I'm definitely going to be putting ABL on here. Not too bad, kind of stringy, but oh, hang on. I'm just looking at the layering here. The layering is actually really good. Yeah, you can go ahead and toss this. And I'm assuming I'm gonna need to take the bed off. It looks like I need to take the bed off to get to the control box here. Oh, I see, JT. The giveaway's over, so you're gonna leave. I see how it is. So here's the thing. Look at this. Here's what I'm noticing. I'm putting the Z up, and the cable doesn't go all the way to the top. I mean, I can fix this, but still, that's a little messed up. See here, the cable is not going all the way to the top. I had to unclip it from the extruder clip. So this is our control box here. So we're going to take the bed off, which I'm going to anyways because I'm going to put solid mounts on it. So, little life hack here. If you push down on the bed, your wheels spin right off. There we go, one more. Yeah, I don't care about the wedge jack because I'm going to put ABL on it. That's just how I roll. The springs are going to go, and it's going to get bed leveling. All right. So now that's out of the way, I can get to all the screws here. Where'd my tools go, guys? Where did I put them? I need to find my tools. It's a 4-point. So I think this little guy should do the trick. Oh yeah, safety first. Plug the power. Oh, Bruce, you have an EZABL kit? Oh, all right. Creality has their own branded fans, but they are sleeve bearing, so don't expect these to be very long. So if you guys look, this is a 112 board, so this is definitely going to need the bootloader put on it. So let me find my Uno. Actually, here's something I'm gonna do. Let's see if the CR10S LCD works with this. If it does, that means the EZABL will work. So I'm gonna hook up the CR10 LCD to this and see if it works. The CR10 LCD works with this machine, which means the filament sensor kit, the EZABL we sell, the EZABL will work with this. I gotta set. Hang on, let me change the exposure here. This is a CR10S or CR10 LCD working on the Ender 2. There we go. Look at that. Or Ender 3, I should say. So the EZABL filament sensor kit will work with this board for sure, which is great news. Awesome. I'm going to shut this off. So I'm assuming EXP3. So remember I said there's EXP1, EXP2, and EXP3. What I'm assuming is the EXP3 has the same pinouts as the CR10 board, okay? The CR10 LCD board. And the EXP1 and 2 are for the CR10S board. And that's really smart on Creality's part because now they can use the same LCD in both machines, or all three machines in this case, since this one uses it. That's what, looking at the pinout on the back of that, looks to be the case. The fact that the CR10 LCD works with the Ender 3 tells me that that's what it is. So the EXP3 is used for the MELSI boards, and the EXP1 and 2 are used for the CR10S. So keep that in mind if you ever need an LCD replacement for your Ender 3. So I'm going to go and see if I can find a Uno. I know I have like a million of them laying around here, but we cleaned, so who knows where they are now. So here, let's see if I'm able. Oh, that's not the wrong wrong cable. You know what I just realized? They do not give you a mini USB cable with this printer. There's no mini USB. Luckily, I have a brand new one right here. I'm going to assume that it does not have a bootloader. So I'm going to open up the latest, open up my unified firmware from my GitHub here. And we'll go on the left monitor here. I'm just going to make a copy of it. Go to my desktop, because apparently I have another one on here. 112 does not have a bootloader, for sure. I can tell you that right now. And the CR10s, I'm going to double check. I'm going to say this one probably does not as well. So I am copying this from my GitHub folder, my desktop here. And we're going to go ahead and open this up. I'm going to set this up as a CR10 because that should work. Considering the LCD works, this should work, meaning getting the firmware running on here should not be too hard. So Arduino's opening, it's just on my other monitor, so bear with me for a second. But like I said, I'm going to assume that this does not have a bootloader, just because it's a 112 board. The two guys that won, shoot, I forgot their names already. I'm scrolling back. I know Joe York and I think it was Bruce something. Hang on. Man with a W. I'm terrible with names, so don't feel bad. Hang on, I'm scrolling back through the chat. Bruce Wilbur. Joe York and Bruce Wilbur, please send an email to support@th3D Studio, just so I have a ticket opened, and I'll reply to you guys on the ticket. So send an email to support@th3D Studio, just so I have that record, and I'll get in contact with you guys. Please send me your phone number, because I'm just going to give you a call real quick and get it taken care of over the phone once we're done with the stream, or if you prefer me to call you tomorrow, that's fine. You do not need to change the board to do dual Z. All right, so I'm sure most of you guys, if you've used the firmware, the Marlin port I put out, are familiar with this. This is actually the release. I have not pushed this to our website. This is on our GitHub already, but this has the Wanhao i3 Mini support. So the next release will support the Wanhao i3 Mini. This one, I should just take this out because I don't have a full-size EZABL supported yet, just the EZABL Mini. But this will then have support for the Mini and the Ender 3. So this is on our GitHub already, but is not on our website. So this is going to be U1R1.7. So just to test this out, we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to set this up as, we'll do it as a CR10 Mini. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see if it has a bootloader. If it does, I should be able to select Sanguiuno. select the COM port, so 34. And you see I uncommented to this line here first. So this is a stock machine, and I'm going to try to hit upload here. And yeah, so the D9, stay away from it. I've heard nothing but bad stuff about the physical build quality. Nothing but bad stuff. I've not heard a single person that said it's a great printer, ever. Like, at all. So, just a fair warning, do not buy the D9 until they fix the issues. There's a lot of physical problems with that machine. Which is really disappointing, because Wayne put out a lot of good printers. So, this is compiling now, as you guys can see. And I'm going to take... Yeah, that's why we have the EZABL Mini. I'm still working on the... I have the firmware done for the D6, just letting you know. I haven't had time to finalize a probe mount. So if you have any existing 18 and or 12 millimeter probe mounts, please send them to me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to design my own. Because that's the holdup right now, is finalizing a probe mount that's not going to take away too much build area on the bed. All right, so it's going to try to upload. If it's not going to upload, there we go. Yep, it needs a bootloader. So do you guys see how it errored out here? You see these STK 500 get sync errors? Does everybody see this here? I just want you guys to see what it looks like when a board doesn't have a bootloader, because we get a lot of people that try to flash the firmware and they think their board has a bootloader, but it really doesn't. So let's go ahead and find an Uno. And we're going to flash the bootloader. So give me 1 second. Have you seen one of those Arduino Unos floating around here? But the Unos, not the ones we sell, but out in. I have like 4 of them. Back inside the door. I checked it. That's a board. Where the hell? I have SPI programmers. I just like using the Unos because that's what most people have. If that makes sense. This must have had a male to female already in it, because it's just kind of, the pin broke off in here, because it got basically screwed up in the box, but I got the pin out. So if you guys haven't seen my bootloader flashing video, you really should take a look. Small cam. So basically it's really simple. You got 6 wires. We'll go ahead and disconnect the power from here. So you got 6 wires, 5 coming off the header here, and then this is your reset pin. So you're gonna just cross connect on these. So I'm gonna move this out of the way so I can connect these, and then we'll flash the bootloader. Right. Have this hooked up right, the LCD light. We're good. So see how this LED is blinking? That means it has the it has the LED sketch on it. I want to say this one already is a programmer because it stopped blinking. So I'm assuming this is already programmer because that's usually what my Uners are for, is programming. So I'm gonna go over to Tools. I'm gonna select Arduino as ISP, which you can see it's already selected. I'm gonna select the COM port of the Uno, and then I'm gonna hit Tools and then Burn Bootloader. So I'm gonna switch over so you can see the lights, how they look. So I'm hitting Burn Bootloader right now. And that's it. It burned the bootloader. So now now I can disconnect the Uno. We're done with it. Pull off the headers. And now if I plug the USB into the printer, the LCD is going to be blank because there's no firmware on it. Okay, we got a blank LCD. So now what I'm going to do is, just for testing purposes here, I'm going to go ahead and now I'm going to reselect the COM port for the board. And now if I upload this, the firmware should take if everything is correct. Yeah, if you have the bootloader, you can flash with Octoprint. You need to do it with, you can do it with a Nano. You basically need to have that 6-pin programming header. And the exact same Uno with the wires I just showed you are on our site. They're only $15. So if you want to support us and get the hardware you need, you can go to th3dstudio.com. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's any Arduino. Just the cross connecting and everything is a little different. That's where it varies. So you can see it's uploading. And if all the stars align, it should have the firmware on it. It should be almost done. So I'm going to switch over to small cam here so you can see our logo pop up on it. Like I said, this is a CR. I'm pretty sure this is just a CR10 board and LCD, so this should work. And all I should have to do is change the build size. Yep, there we go. There we go. We got firmware. It's easy as that. So, yeah. Yeah, you can flash with a 3D printer board. You are absolutely correct. You can use a 3D printer board. Like, I heard you like flashing 3D printer boards, so you can flash your 3D printer board with 3D printer board, dog. All right, I'm gonna close this up now, so I have the firmware on here. So yeah. And actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go grab an EZABL kit, and I'm gonna put our filament sensor on here because I've been putting this on every printer. So I'll be right back, and I'm gonna show you guys how to install the EZABL. All right. So I have the easy out. This is all it is. It's a wire, a board, and a sensor. So that's it. So very simple. We hand make these. So yeah. This little board, it's really simple. You unplug your LCD header, you plug this into the board, and then you plug this onto your LCD header. That's it. So I just like to make sure these are all the way in. And then I'm going to go ahead and plug it onto the LCD header. You make sure the pins are lined up because this plug can shift a little. That's it. So I just usually verify that everything went well by giving it power, make sure the LCD turns on. I'm like trying to hold the camera and get this in the hole. I have a personal problem here. All right, LCD turns on. Should get the boot screen here. There we go. All right, so we're good. All right, so then all I got to do is route the cable for my filament sensor, which is right here, out. So I've been putting filament sensors on all of my machines as I work on them. It's a filament sensor. It allows you to add a filament sensor onto a board that does not have any extra I/O pins. It actually remaps the beeper pin. So I'm just going to plug this in the little board here, and these are all in our direction. I'm just going to plug this in here, and now I have a filament sensor on my Easy Out, or on my Ender 3, I should say. These are like $20, and if you need help, support is also included. I figured why not just go all out. I just had Tyler bring me a direct wire kit. So I got my wire and I got my direct wire EZABL kit. So I'm going to show you guys. I've done this a million times. So I'm going to find my mount that I printed because I need that. Oh, it's on the floor. Easy Out does not work with the Ender 2. It's got a different type of board and LCD. I have tried it, but it doesn't. No, it does not work with Ender 2. Lewis, you are incorrect. I've tried. They have they use their LCD uses more pins, so there's really not one I can steal from it. All right, so I'm just taking the supports out. And I'm going to show you guys, okay, so some people, I don't know how, they somehow mess up the EZABL install. So it's really simple. You print your mount. In this case, this one bolts right here. So this is for the CR10, but because Creality uses the same mounts on all theirs, we can go ahead and use it. So I'm going to take these two screws out. I guess this will suffice for an EZABL install video. So this is going to add bed leveling to this printer, which I literally run on all mine. Now, sometimes these screws are too short and won't bite in. I think these are going to be okay. I notice it's very hit or miss with Creality in terms of what screw length they use on this particular part of the printer. If these are too short, you're going to want to grab some other M3 screws. These are too short, actually. It's just a hair too short. So I'm going to pop these out of here. And I'm going to see if there's any in their spares. If there's not, I got a big bin of them. There are no M3s, so let me rummage through my bin of screws. All right. And I'm looking at this. The LCD header just clears with the easy out. It's a tight fit, but it'll work. All right. So I got some slightly longer M3 screws here that we're going to use. I just flashed the Ender 3 with the CR10 build that I put out, that I call Unified. So after this stream, I will make the changes to the software. I'll release the changes to. I'll do the changes to the firmware. I'll push to the GitHub and our site. So after this, the EZOut and the EZABL will be fully supported here. So what you guys are essentially watching is a very quick process of what I go through when I'm working on adding support for a new printer. Now, what you didn't see is all the time I had to spend before Creality put out the source code for the CR10, because this is essentially a CR10 board. Same firmware is used, except they do have power recovery on here, which is the same power recovery that's in the CR10S. I have not integrated power recovery into Unified yet, but I am working with Scott at Marlin, on the Marlin team, to get the power recovery that is on the CR10S merged into Marlin. So once it's merged into Marlin, then I will start working on it in the Unified. But it's not super high on the priority list to get into Unified right now, because personally, I run all my printers on a UPS, and most of the time, if your bed cools, your print releases. So that's why I'm not a big fan of that kind of power recovery. I am going to integrate it because I know customers want it. I know people that use our firmware that aren't even customers want it. So yeah. So as you can see, I just replaced the screws. I'm able to use the mount. And I'm going to take the sensor. I'm going to go around the back here. So I'm just going around here, and what I'll do is I'll take some electrical tape and secure this wire to the existing wires. So I'm going to go ahead and unscrew this. This is literally one I just grabbed out of inventory. This isn't like a cherry-picked one or anything. They do come with these washers. You can just throw these away. They're not needed. They're just included with the sensors. So you're going to mount your probe in the mount, depending on your print quality. There's some overhangs on this one. I don't use supports. Once you get it through, it'll be fine. So you want to make sure this sensor is slightly higher than the nozzle. So you can measure it if you want. The lid, the actual lid on the EZABL cases. So if you put this on the bed, I don't have the bed installed right now. This lid where the logo isn't at, this is about 2 millimeters. So you can set this on the bed underneath the sensor and use that. So put your nozzle on the bed and use that. But I'm just going to eyeball this. I'm going to put the other nut on here. I'm going to kind of look under and see where we're at in terms of probe height in relation to the nozzle. Okay, so we're pretty good here. I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, CR10 wrench is also 2 millimeters. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tighten these up. You don't need to wrench them down. All right, so probe's in there. The mount is pretty secure. I'm going to take this, and I always leave like a little loop here, okay? Like just a little extra wire so the sensor wire isn't getting strained, okay? So you can see there's just like a little loop of wire here. So I'm going to put some tape, electrical tape around here to secure the wire all the way back to the control box. just kind of thinking about how to route these wires on here. All right. So I'm going to feed the sensor wire, and I think I can fit the EZABL case inside bottom here. We will have extra wire, but we got a lot of room in here. So what I'm going to do now is unplug my ZN stop. We're going to cut this wire because this is going to replace the ZN stop. So we're going to actually take the ZN stop off the printer because we no longer need it. No! I didn't break my vape. It's all good. Now, I think I can fit the sensor cable where the ZN stop came out, along with the filament sensor cable. And actually, the filament sensor cable, since this is detachable, I can actually just route this out the back. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the filament sensor cable through the back with all the other wires. And then now, they give me snips with this? I can't remember. You know, they didn't give you... They did give you snips, but they didn't give you a USB cable. So I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to snip this. Like this. I usually leave a little bit in case I ever need to reconnect this. And then I'm going to go ahead and strip this wires. So you can just kind of peel them apart. It's not cooperating with me. We're going to do this the Tim way. I'm just going to strip these with my teeth. I do not recommend this, but it works. Alright. I got my ZN stop wires. The direct wire kit works on 12 and 24. So, no, it does not matter. And to pull power, I'm going to come off the main input wire here. So I'm just going to kind of move these out of the way, and I'm going to put my wire on this terminal here, which is kind of a pain to get to, honestly. Really tight in here. This, like, case is very loose. So, strip the wire. And I always twist them. Got our EZABL case here. I go ahead and I usually strip them longer and I fold them over so the terminals have a little more bite on there, just like that. And I know they included a flathead. I'm pretty sure this flathead fit into our terminals. They do. So I'm going to back these screws out a little bit. And if for some reason you can't get the wire in the terminals, you can just take a flathead, put it in here, and just give it a little twist. then it'll push that little tab back up in. And then this one's positive, that one's negative. It's also labeled on the board here. So red is positive, black is negative. Put these in here. Go ahead and tighten these down. Now, do not over tighten them, just snug them. All right, so we got our power wires in. Since this is, I think we can just, yeah, this is gonna fit, look at that. It'll fit right inside here. So this module will be completely hidden on this machine. Now, since we're not gonna have a ton of wire needed for power, I'm gonna cut this like right here. And this will actually let me pull the insulation fully off. This is just like an outer insulation to keep these two wires together. And then I'm going to strip these and wrap these around the existing wires. Just realized this wasn't on, but the power cord was still plugged in. Make sure you guys disconnect your power cord. And I'm going to cut this zip tie here. Now, if you have the Easy Connect kit, it has its own power adapter, so it's a little easier. I'm just cutting the zip tie here so I can get access to these power wires easier. And Creality put solder on these again, which is not the best for these type of terminals. You're really supposed to put bare wire in here, personally. Pulling these wires into here a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and just wrap these. Strip a little more of the insulation. Just a hair. And if this was a CR10, I'd be done already because there's a lot more room to work in the CR10s. I'm going to go ahead and move this fan out of the way so you guys can see what's going on here. All right. So really these wires should be stripped. I'm probably end up doing this, but I just want to get this on here and show you guys. So I'm just wrapping this around the existing wire. Positive goes on side here. And then tighten it back down. And repeat for negative. And like I said, I've got two versions of the kit, the direct wire, which is what I'm installing now, which is what I prefer, because I don't mind getting my hands dirty. But if you're not familiar, if you're not comfortable with doing this, then I'd recommend going with the Easy Connect. It's got its own separate power adapter. That's in the terminal. Yeah, I'll put tape on it when I'm going to cut these, strip them, and resolder them. I just want to kind of show how to do the install here. Kind of feeling this whole blind here. I can't see the other side. I think the terminal needs to come down a little bit more. There we go. And tighten it down. All right. So now I'm going to check and make sure that we got power going to the module. Plug this back in. Turn it on. And you can see here, I'm tapping the sensor. and we got power. So we got power going to our module. And you can see on the sensor here too. It's working. So I'm going to go ahead and button this up after I connect my Z end stop here. So remember, I unplug the Z end stop, do the same thing. Now, actually, before I button this up, you want to make sure it's actually registering that the end stop is closing. So the reason you want to do that is because these use optocouplers, and they act like a diode in that they only let electricity flow one way. Same thing, terminals. You can just go ahead and I usually always just stick my flathead in here because it opens up the terminals a little better. And then just put your 2 wires in and tighten them up again. Now with the Easy Connect, the Easy Connect has a 3-pin JST male plug on it. So for printers like this literally plugs into the board. But I prefer these just because I don't like having a separate power adapter. We just have multiple versions because I listen to what our customers want. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to plug this into the Z end stop again. So I got my power, my Z end stop, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this back on. And plug this into my computer and see if the Z end stop is registering. Now, even though I did not turn the EZABL option on, I can still check the end stop. It's going to be inverted. So I monitor again. And let me show you guys. So since this is the same board as the CR10, I only have to make a few changes. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to my CR10 machine specific settings here, which are right here. So all I'm going to have to do is enable an option here, copy this block, and I'm just going to put it at the end here, and I'm going to call this Ender 3. I'm going to change this to 220 by 220 by 250, so build volume. And I also have to add another here. Is it? Like looking through the printer. So I can just add this onto here. Ender 3. Update. There's no use doing a whole nother. No, I'm setting this up. I'm actually setting up the firmware options right now. So it's going to have all the same X, Y, and Z steps because it's using the same pulleys, same belts, same lead screws, same motors. And I'm going to go back down here. I believe that should be... I only have to put in one other option down by the LCD and the easy out. Because this is going to use the CR10 OEM mount. That's already defined there. Basically, this will support all the mounts the Ender, the CR10 uses. The printable area is only 220 by 220 by 250. I will play with it and see if we can get more, but that's what I'm going to set it to right now because that's what it's advertised as, and I don't want to have people ramming their bed. Is this stuff interesting to you guys? I mean, I love screwing with this stuff, but I don't know if you guys are just bored out of your mind. I like to show you guys like how all this works. So there's our easy out settings. I don't need to change anything there. Those are already going to work. Also, for you guys that do not have any of my products, you will now be able to do manual mesh leveling with this printer. Just double checking. I believe I have to add in one more line. So right here, you can see here, LCD. So what I need to do is add another line here, going enabled. Put the 2 pipes. Hey. I believe that's it. We should be in good shape. So I'm going to copy this section because this will be exactly the same for the manual mesh bed leveling will work. It's supported. So I'm gonna put after the Ender 2. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this code here. Obviously get rid of this. I'm gonna change this to Ender 2 or Ender 3. And that's it. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna uncomment this. I'm gonna uncomment this and uncomment this, and I'm using the OEM. So that's it. I'm ready to upload my firmware for my Ender 3. It's that simple, guys. You won't have to do all those changes that I just did, but all you'll have to do is literally set your options. That's it. Done. So we're gonna go and upload this to the board. And I'm gonna take a vape. I'm just double checking that I didn't miss anything. I think the Ender 3 is a good deal. So far what I see on I mean it's basically like a smaller CR10. Where did my minion go? He's making kits right now. So once this is done uploading, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load my slicer. And then I'm gonna have it connect to the printer. And just so you guys can see, licensed to Timothy Hoagland for those guys that were being dicks. Like you can see, log out account, House of Bugs, that's mine. Some guy was saying that I pirate S3D. Unreal. So I'm just gonna reload it so you can see it open up here. So, latest version. And I'm gonna do a Control P, which brings up our control here, and we're gonna do 115/200 for the baud rate. And then once Arduino is done uploading, I'll be able to connect to the board and run the M119 test. And I'll also show you that the filament sensor is working as well. Yeah, these serial connections are a little slow. Yeah, Control P will bring up the machine control panel, which hopefully you guys can see. So the monitor I'm streaming from is a 4K, and S3D for some reason doesn't scale. I probably will do a live build. And that's another machine I bought with my own money. GearBest did give me like a $90 discount on it, so I still paid over $400 with it shipping. And I literally bought it. I have no use for it. I have no room for it. But I bought it because they're GPL compliant. I was serious when I said I'm not going to be supporting machines that are not GPL compliant. It's a matter of principle for me. As you can see, once the ABL options are enabled, it takes a little longer to upload because the program gets considerably larger. So we wait. And like I said, after I'm done with this and we test it and make sure it works, I'll push these changes up to GitHub, and then the firmware will be available to everybody, not just customers. So I don't care if you guys buy anything from us or not. Just I highly recommend you update to the firmware because this has thermal protection. Oh, that sucks. Or what's up, Rover? Okay. Usually doesn't take this long to upload to the board. I don't know why it would be. I could just be impatient. It's been a while since I updated one of these 1284p boards with a full-blown, like, all the options on, which is what we're doing here. No, let me do this. Let me replug it. I usually run it off the USB power, so I'm gonna just shut off the power to the power supply. Just make sure I have all my COM ports selected, my board, and let's re-upload. Also, make sure your Simplify did not connect to it. You can see it's trying to connect to it, or it was. If your slicer or anything else is connected to the COM port, you're not going to be able to upload your firmware. So this is trying to upload again. Typically with the 1284p boards like this, once the bootloader is on there, you can update over USB, which is what I'm doing here. But I'm wondering if the flash, because I am using a kind of long USB cable, I'm wondering if the flash didn't take. And if that's the case, I might have to reburn the bootloader. So this is why I tell people to have an Uno or some sort of programmer on hand, because if you get a bad flash and you can't re-upload your firmware over USB, you can always bail yourself out by reburning the bootloader and then reflashing the firmware. So if this takes more than like 30 seconds, then okay, there it goes. So it was just the flash hung. So now I've got my firmware. It's showing EZABL. So I'm gonna turn the power on to the board, and I'm gonna connect with Simplify. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do M119. Always capitalized. And so you'll see, oh, my caps lock is M119. And you'll see, so filament is showing triggered because I don't have the sensor plugged. I'll plug the sensor in, and it should show open. Okay, so it showed open now. So if I put something in here, trigger it, stick a zip tie in here, it should show the filament as triggered instead of open. So the light, whoop, come on. I'm just shoving a zip tie in here because I don't have a piece of filament handy. But you can see the filament sensor is on. So filament sensor's on. So if I run a M119, it's triggered. So the Easy Out kit will for sure work with the Ender 3. So if I take the zip tie out, it's open. So I got filament sensor on here. Well, next thing I'm going to do is see how the Z's open. I'm going to hold my finger on it. See, so the LED on the sensor is on, but it's still showing open. So you can see the sensor's on, light's on, okay? But it's showing open on Z. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reverse 2 wires going to the Z end stop here. So just unscrew the tabs. And if you have an easy connect, you have to remove the pins. And there's a video on our site on how to do that. So I'm going to take these, literally flip them, put them back in. And tighten the screws down again. All right, so those are in. Now I'm fingers on the sensor. I'm gonna switch back. I'm gonna do M119. See how Z is triggered, open, triggered, open, triggered, open. So my sensor's wired correctly. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the power off. So my firmware wise, we're set up. Wiring wise, we're set up. So I'm going to pull power and I'm going to tuck all this away in the control box here. So wiring wise, we're done. I've just installed the bed leveling kit. It's that quick. If you were DIYing this yourself, you'd have to solder up a board to run the sensor and all this other stuff. This, you just literally put in your Z end stop and your power and you're done. So I'm just going to tuck this in here. The board is completely closed, so it's not going to hit anything. I'm just going to kind of wedge this in here. The LCD cable is kind of in the way, so I'm going to lift that up just a little bit. Get the tab for the case in here. Like glued on here. It is glued. It's glued on here. All right, I'm gonna slide this in and push this down back in here. So I got this excess wire. You can zip tie it if you want, or you can just do what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take it and just kind of neatly bundle it up. And you gotta remember there's a fan, so make sure it's away from the fan. I'm just going to rest this in here, and I'm going to have this go where the Z end stop went. Okay. So we got our Z wire here. If you guys want to get creative, you can cut this wire, feed it in, and splice it. I don't recommend it because if you do break it, then the warranty is void. But there are 3 wires. If you're savvy enough, you can cut it, splice it. But I'm not going to do that because I'm lazy. So let's see. I'm wondering if this easy out's going to hit the. It's not going to hit the fan. Just out of the way. Gotta make sure this fan cable's routed, or the LCD cable's routed out of the way of the fan and the other wires. No, I usually will take a screwdriver, just make sure the fan can spin. Not hitting it. So. I'm going to go ahead and put the screws back in. Now, you can see here, what is this pushing up on? I think it's just pushing up on the sensor wire. Not pushing up on. I think it's just pushing up on the sensor wire or something? Or it's just not fitting together well. I think it might just not be fitting together well. But once I get the screw. Because this case is kind of flimsy. Once this lid is off, that's a lot of the stability from it because it bolts to the extrusion. So I'm going to make sensor wire is out of the way and put the other screw in that bolts to the extrusion. All right. So now I'm going to reattach the bed and we'll run we'll calibrate the probe. And that's pretty much it. I just gotta make sure I have all my bed springs because I don't have any solid mounts. I don't know where the other spring went. I have 4 wheels and 2 springs. Here's the other spring. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the bed back on. So now since we have ABL, I'm gonna want to compress these springs down so that the bed's more stable. I am gonna test our solid mounts for the CR10 and see if they fit on here. I have a feeling they will. So I'm just gonna manually level the bed real quick so we have a somewhat level surface to play with. The electronics case fan runs on the always on. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and move this down and just manually level with the nozzle on the bed. So I'm just going to eyeball it. I'm not even going to use the paper. Okay. So we're equal distant around all of them. So, got the bed leveling kit installed. Got the filament sensor installed. I'm going to want to feed the filament through the sensor. Once I get it heated, I'll pull the filament out. But let's power it on, and I'm going to heat the bed and calibrate the sensor. Oh, actually, oh, there it goes. It is on a controllable port, actually, the electronics fan. I'm assuming here. I'm assuming it's on the layer fan output is what it looks like. So let me do control temperature and set the layer fan to 100%. Because I'm assuming that's one it's using. Yep, it's on the layer fan. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to preheat my bed. To 60. Now I'm just going to move this to the center here. You can see the sensor is not triggering right now because I haven't calibrated it. Sensor's not triggering now because I haven't calibrated. So manually put the nozzle. Nozzle is on the bed. So I'm going to move the Z Go to prepare, move axis, move Z, and we'll move this up 2 millimeters. 1, 2. And so once that bed gets up to temperature, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to calibrate the sensor. And all that means is you're going to adjust this little screw on the top. And I can do it now, but it might change a little bit once the bed gets heated. Make sure this is still triggering. Maybe I bumped my power coming out because it should be. Oh, there it goes. Okay. It is triggered. I just got to turn the adjustment. So you're going to go clockwise. So there it is. Comes on. I'm going to go back, shut off. And the amount of turns is not important. Okay. So I'm going to turn it back just slowly. And there we go. So what, yeah, the part cooling fan is linked to the enclosure fan. It's the same one. So what I'm going to do, it's at 45 Celsius right now. I'm going to let this heat up for a few minutes. So if you guys have questions, now's the time to ask them. And the reason you want to heat it up and calibrate it with the bed hot is because most sensors are sensitive to heat, meaning you could be like 0.1 millimeters off if you calibrate it with a cold bed versus a hot bed. So I always recommend you preheat it and then calibrate it. So I'm just going to auto home everything because I did calibrate this at, you know, this rough temperature. So it should detect the bed no problem. And then that'll put it in the center. Okay. So I'm also going to move the axis because it's going to be 5 millimeters off the bed after at home. So I'm going to put it down. And the nozzle is actually about 2 millimeters off the bed. So I'm going to let this heat up and I'm going to recalibrate it. Like I said, you basically just let it heat up. You want it about 2 millimeters off the bed. So I'm going to jog this down and I'll move it back up to. Okay, so it's on the bed. And I'm gonna move it up to, it's up to right now. So I'll let this preheat and then we're gonna calibrate the sensor. And then we'll be ready to do a test print. It's literally this easy to install the kit. It's not too difficult. Some people go off on tangents that I don't even know how they got to those end results when they're installing it. Yeah. I'm not sure if this would be a good mass production printer because I haven't tested it. I literally just unboxed it today. So we're at 60, so in a couple minutes we're going to calibrate the sensor. Because our nozzle's 2 millimeters off the bed, so we want to calibrate it there. And what we're going to also do is check the movement, see how much further we can go outside of 220. Because it's advertised as 220 by 220 by 220, but obviously the bed is 235. So I'm going to manually move the axis around and see how far we can go past those boundaries to see what the actual printable area is on X and Y. And then I'll modify the firmware with those values. So right now they're set to 220 by 220 by 250. And one thing I should have done when I had this open, I should have checked the VREF on the Z. It is a single Z, so I doubt it's set super low, but I do like to check the Z VREF because if that's too low, you can get bad readings on the sensor. I'm just making sure I didn't loosen up this rear lead screw nut too much. So now we've had the printer heated for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the sensitivity. If you have an AC bed, you would at this point shut the bed off because it will interfere with the sensor. But this is a DC bed, so I don't need to worry about that. So I'm going to go ahead and calibrate it here. So it turns off. I'm going to go back a little further. Just until it turns on. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a connection from my serial, and I'm going to start sending G codes here. Um, 2 to 3 millimeters. I do 2. You can do 2. You can do 3. The closer to the bed you get, the more accurate it is. I can't remember what I have in the guide. I always just kind of, you know, do whatever. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a all the printer connected, or the S3D connected. What I'm gonna do is, so I plug the USB. Okay, we're still good. Because sometimes if you got a bad ground on the printer, I didn't check the ground on this power supply. If you got a bad ground on the printer, it'll change your sensor reading. But this doesn't seem to be having an issue, so we should be good. Z seems to be moving good too. All right, so what I'm going to do now is G28. I just realized why I'm not capitalizing this, because I'm hitting the wrong key on this keyboard. It's like a little tiny keyboard. And then what I'll usually want to do is I'll run an M48 test. So, and I'll usually do it in the center of the bed. So in this case, I'll do M48 E10 X110 Y110 V2, which will give me a verbose output. And I'll probably enable the fast probe option on this one, because this one should be able to handle it. Getting pretty good readings. Last one. And I have to disconnect because S3D will be... Alright, so we got 0.00... Just here, I'll show you so you guys can see. 0.002 millimeters of accuracy. So we're in the thousandths of a millimeter. I'm going to go ahead and let's see what our limits are here in terms of the bed. Now, I don't think it's going to let me go past the max end stops. And I meant to just home actually X and Y. I'm going to home X and Y, and then I'm going to move it to the max. I was going to home X and Y. I'm going to see where the nozzle is after it's homed. So the nozzle's actually off the bed a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can move the Y end stop. I don't think I can on this one, though, because I'm pretty sure they didn't use eccentric nuts. So I'll move it to the max here. So 220. Yeah, I can't go any further because the software is going to limit me. So move X 110. So X is at 220. Y is at 220. So we're almost to the back corner of the bed. Let me see if I can move the Y. The Y is definitely not movable because of how they mounted it, but because I've got extra hammerheads here and screws, I can use these screws and nuts from my Z that I no longer need on my Y. All right, now I'm gonna hold my Y again and see if the nozzle's on the bed. I did hear that Creality is supposed to be changing where the Y homes. So now my nozzle is a little on the bed too far, but let's see when I move it to 220. Okay, it's still in the bed. So I'm going to disconnect and reconnect, see how far over I can go on X. Because it's about 10 millimeters from the edge. I heard that they're changing where the Y end stop is being mounted. So that would make the print volume 220 by 220. So I just reset it so my Z is still unknown, which means I can move it past where it's supposed to be. So we can move about 12 millimeters. So we can get about 232 on the X. So I'm going to set the X bed size to probably 230. Or maybe I'll leave it. I'll let people screw with that on their own. I don't want to exceed what the manufacturer recommends. And I mean, Y's got some extra travel too, even after moving my end stop. So we'll see how other people's machines are. But I'm going to rehome this here. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to turn on the fast probe option in the firmware. And I'm going to set the points to 3x3 because 4x4 is a little overkill. And I'm going to turn on the fast probe. So it'll speed up the probing speed. Go ahead and upload to the board. And like I said, make sure S3D or any other slicers are disconnected. So I disconnected S3D from the printer. Justin, I'm not sure what you mean by recalibrate if your bed screws get changed. I'm not sure what you mean. And I'll double check the Abl install guide, but I thought I mentioned to calibrate it with the nozzle 2 millimeters above the bed. If it's not, that's what I would recommend. I thought I had a sheet of glass laying around here so I could show that they work on glass. But I don't know where I put my little... I had a little piece of glass. I test the sensors. I think my guy's got it outside. I'm not sure why your offset would change. I mean, if it's sloping from left to, if it's changing on one side more than the other, then yes, that will change your offset. What you should do then, instead of messing with your offset all the time, use the baby stepping feature. That's what it's there for. Or like Jerry said, use a solid mount, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of these bed springs. But yeah, so let's say your bed plate tilts, your nozzle is now going to be more off the bed than it was before, or closer to the bed. So if it's tilted, it's still going to compensate for that tilt, but your offset will change. And Silver Bullet 44, yes, it does work with the Ultra Base because it works on glass. So I just uploaded the changes, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reconnect to the printer. And anytime I update the firmware, I'm going to do a M502, which will reset the defaults, and then M500. And then I'm going to go ahead and G28. And you should notice it'll probe faster. And I'm going to set my heated bed to 60, and then we're going to do another probe test to make sure this printer is going to actually be able to handle the faster probe speed. Because certain printers, S4s and S5s, sometimes aren't able to move that big-ass gantry as fast, but these smaller machines can usually run the faster probe speed. Justin, yeah, so my recommendation is get rid of the springs. I don't care if you buy the solid mounts that we sell, or if you go to your hardware store, pick up nylon or aluminum spacers, get rid of the springs. Then you'll have a much better time. That's why I sell the solid mounts. It's not just a bullshit product. It's because I use them and they make life a lot easier because, like I said, so let's say your Z offset is how far the printer needs to move the nozzle down to get on the bed after the sensor triggers. So let's say your bed's perfectly flat and you calibrate your Z offset. And let's say, hypothetically, it's 2 millimeters, okay? You do a couple prints, and now your bed is slightly tilted up to the right, okay? What'll happen is your Z offset is going to be lower because you got to remember the probe has an offset. So there, from that, let's say the probe offset's 30 millimeters on X. Now your Z offset is slightly less because the bed is closer to the nozzle. Does that make sense? So the reason I recommend using something solid, whether you get the ones we sell ones that are aluminum and ABS. It's basically a ABS part with the aluminum insert press fit in, and then it gets rid of your springs. But if you don't want to buy them, it doesn't bother me. You can go get nylon spacers, or what I recommend is aluminum spacers from your hardware store. Just get rid of the springs. You can use some Loctite on the nuts once you get them on there, and you won't ever have to worry about it anymore. And plus, it makes the bed a lot more rigid. Heat up to 60 Celsius. It's already at 60. It's really quick. So I'm just going to let this get up to temperature. I'll give it another minute or two, and then I'll run a probe test. I'm going to home it one more time. And we're going to run the probe test in a second here. So I'm just going to type this in so it's ready to go. P10, X110, Y110. Well, you don't have to peel up the build plate. Unscrew it, and then eventually, once you get it tight enough, the screws are going to lock into the bed. You will be able to do it without, like, this has a build sheet on it. I'll be able to put the solid mounts, like you saw me retighten it. You don't have to take, you won't have to take the bed sheet off. Just unscrew them, drop the springs out, put your spacers in, and tighten it back down. I've just spun it really fast, and eventually the screw head bites into the bed enough where you can get some actual torque to tighten it down. That's just my experience. I haven't had a single printer that turned like that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and run the probe test again. You can see how much faster it's going now because I have the fast probe option on. We'll see if this one's able to handle it. As long as the accuracy is still under 0.01, we're fine. All right, we're done. That was 10 probes, and we're at 0.002171 millimeters of accuracy. So we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set up a little simplified 3D profile here for it. I'm just going to base it on the TiVo Tornado because that's the or actually Sierra 10 Mini, because that's the closest one I have. So I'm going to basically open this up. I'm going to save this as a new profile. I'm going to call this, I just grabbed the wrong window. I'm going to call this Ender 3 and hit OK. I'll go back, make sure my CR10 Mini profile is still selected. I believe it's just CR10 Mini. Or CR Mini. Let me see if I hit cancel. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and add another profile here. I'm going to select Ender 3. And I've already got my starting code and the scripts here, so it's all ready to print. I'm just going to go ahead and go to G-code and modify my build volume. So 220 by 220, 250. update profile, and we are still on PLA. I can't see on my 4K screen here. So I'm just going to dial this in. Let's see how we're looking layer-wise. 0.02, I run 150% first layer, and we're going to do a 15% infill. And then I'm going to go ahead and import a test model here with 3 benchy. And then I'm going to make sure I have a outline on here for the skirt, which is what I'm going to use the eyeball to see if I need to baby step at all. And so we're going to go ahead and begin printing over USB. So it's connecting to the printer. Now, I skipped doing the Z offset, and the reason is I'm going to just live adjust it with the baby stepping Z. That's how I do it when I'm in a hurry. You'll see how I do it. This is how I dial in my Z offsets real quick. If you're very familiar with how these kits work, you can get away with doing this. If you're not, I recommend following the guide. So we're just waiting for this to heat up. For some reason that PLA was set to 230. This is inland, so I'm going to set this to 220. It's still going to go up to 230 because it's already in the queue. But you'll see the process it goes through. My PC never runs prints aside from testing like this. I have Raspberry Pis on everything. So we're almost at temp. And just so you guys know, oh, I totally forgot. Remember, if you have the EZABL kit, please remember to put, or not the EZABL, but the filament sensor kit. Remember to put your filament through it. Otherwise, it's going to pause your print when you go to start. Like mine's going to do in a sec here. Hopefully I got it in time. We'll see if I angered it or if I put the filament in at the right time. We'll see. Get any boogers off the bed. So now we're doing our probing. Getting the mesh of the bed. And then, like I said, I did not set the Z offset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just really quickly baby step it down to the height it should be at. And I do not recommend doing this unless you're very familiar with them. Yeah, the TrueLab, I'm actually doing a full kit where everything's going to be pre-installed on the SD with plugins and all this other good stuff. For people that don't want to image it and everything. Alright, so I'm just going to baby step. So I'm going to press the menu button twice. And baby step it. Alright, so I had to baby step it 1.55. That means my offset is negative 1.55. So you can see it was a little high, and then I dragged it down. Did a purge line here. So I'm just going to go ahead and set my offset. It should be negative 1.55. So M 851 Z negative 1.55. Enter M500. So now my offset's stored. So like I said, I've done this a million times, so it's easy for me. But there is a guide on how to set the offset. Try to show you guys the layer. You can see there. Here we go. Nice first layer. Look at that. So that's it. I've now got auto bed leveling. I've now got a filament sensor on my Ender 2 or Ender 3. And once it finishes the second layer, I'm going to cut the filament and show you guys the filament sensor working. Okay, so it's on layer 2 now. Flint West, if you go back through the video, I just showed how to install it and update the firmware and everything from start to finish, and add on our filament sensor. So we've now got an Ender 3 with bed leveling and a filament sensor on it. Okay, so we're done with the second layer. We're going on the third, so I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to cut the filament sensor, or filament wire here, or filament here. So I'm going to cut this and let it run out. It's like watching paint dry. Eventually, you can see the light right here, green. Once the filament passes past the detection, it'll trigger the filament out, which should be any second now. There it goes. I'm pretty sure I had the M75, which is required. I should double check if I had the M75, because it should have triggered by now. Let me pause it. So if you don't have M75 and you're printing over USB, it's not going to trigger the filament chain. And I don't have it on there. That was my bad. Oh wait, no, I do. Let me see. So this is why I test the firmware. Let me see if I have all the options here. Easy out enable. And I go back through my code. So this is part of the troubleshooting process, guys. This is why I test everything before I push out to my customers. So I'll move the Z up a little bit here, just so I don't have my nozzle sitting on the bed. So the bed leveling is working. I got to see why the filament sensor didn't trigger. So I'm going to go and look at my code here. And I'm actually kind of glad this did work, because it gives you a chance to see what goes on. So we know the sensor is being read by the actual board. I'm wondering if it's because I didn't have the filament at the start of the print. I'm going to double check this. I'm going to restart it, because that might be the issue. Because remember, I forgot to put it in. Because the progress bar and everything's working. Should be down here. Easy out enable. If enabled, easy out enable. Yeah, it might just be because I did not have the filament in at the beginning of the print. I think it screwed it up. Because it's a pretty simple setting, because I have everything else set up for the CR10 already. Yeah, I'm just going to double check that block of config. I think it was just because I didn't follow my own directions. I'm not perfect, guys. Go back up. So I got that's the S. So Ender 3. Make sure all this stuff is enabled here. Slim 1284p, Ender 3. Okay. Yeah, I think it was just because I didn't have the sensor enabled when I started the print. which is my bad. I apologize for that. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn on the heater and shit. And feed this through again. And I'll double check to make sure it's detecting the sensor. So I'm gonna go ahead and feed this through again. Oh, almost tangled my roll. That would have been bad. Alright. So I'm gonna just double check with M119, make sure my filament sensor is showing open. Abl M9. Might help if I typed it correctly. Yeah, it's the exact same board. Oh. Yeah, same board, same. Yeah, so it was reading it, M119. I think it was because I like kind of half-assed put it in. So filament's showing open. I'm gonna put it through the sensor here. Straighten your filament before you put it through the sensor and your extruder for that matter. It just makes feeding it through easier. And then I'm going to put it into the CR10. Disconnect my bottom tube to pull the filament out. Push that back in. And feed this through. Alright. So if I do M119, okay, filament's triggered. Woo! This mat sticks like the stock Ender 2 mat, which is a little too well. Just a fair warning. Alright, let me double check here. Ender 3, double check my scripts. So M75, start print timer. Alright. Let's do this again correctly. So I've got my filament sensor in. I've got my filament in said sensor. And this shouldn't take long because I've already got everything heated up. So, and I'll trigger the filament quicker than I did last time. Oh. Did you see I touched the sensor when I was trying to get the booger off? I'm just a mess tonight because it's not going to have a good reading because I threw off the sensor reading. Because I touched it while it was probing. So we're just going to restart. We're going to reconnect. And restart the print. At least the bed heats quick. Yeah, you want to make sure you don't have any little boogers on your nozzle. See, that's what I hate about the stock hot ends. Get a bed. I'm not sure what you mean by throw away a large standard deviation. Oh, during the probing, that wasn't that big of a deviation. If I know it does, so let's say our G29 is going and it gets a huge one. I think it's above 5 millimeters. It'll just say probing failed. I think I stored my Z offset. I want to say I did. So we'll see if I have to baby step. That's why I do the skirt. So if it is off, I just tap and go ahead and adjust it. But I did press down on the bed, so that's why I said use the solid mounts, because as you're moving prints off the bed and you got the springs, you can skew it, which will change your Z offset. So yeah, don't put anything near the probe while it's probing, because it will pick up your hand. That's a good idea to retry. I have to talk. I'll look at the source code. I'm gonna talk to Scott about that, because that might not be too hard to implement. Oh, Z offset's good. Because look at that layer. Look at that. Little booger there, but whatever. So let's see if the filament sensor's working now. There's no reason it shouldn't, because it's using the same code the CR10 is doing, unless it's just S3D screwing with it. So I just cut it, as you can see here. Like I said, this is why I troubleshoot. I test. I don't push out code that has not been tested on a physical machine. Tor's like, you're already done with EZABL firmware? Yeah, it's a CR10 essentially. So yes, and easy out. So let's see if it pauses. If not, I'm gonna have to play with this. Bed leveling is definitely working. The sensor's being detected. I need to try over an SD print. The filament sensor is more likely to work with that, but I know people use it with Octoprint, and it's just M75 in the starting code. So I'm going to see if it triggers an M600. It should trigger an M600. I'm going to pull this off. Oh, and queuing M600. There we go. Yep. So print paused. There we go. Yep, it was because I loaded the filament right at the start of the print instead of having it loaded before I started the print. So you guys just watched the filament sensor work. That's what it was. So you should always have your filament loaded before you start a print. I'm going to put this back in now and feed it through. And I usually push it through and it's going to purge. So I'm going to hit this insert filament press button. Now it's going to insert the filament. Basically purging the nozzle. I was going to say, I know it works over USB. It was because I like half-assed loaded the filament before, or after the M75 was issued. Don't do that. Make sure your filament sensor is always loaded. So it's going to purge it. And now it's going to ask you, do you want to resume or extrude more? So I know my nozzle's purged, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And I'm yeah, there we go. So easy out and EZABL work on the Ender 3. How you guys like that? I'm going to let this Benchy finish. So let's chat. You guys got questions? The bench will have a little imperfection on it. I don't care. Scott, what's up? Do you want to? Yeah, so just so you know, this is the same board as the CR10. And they integrated that same power resume that the CR10S has into the 1284p. So I have a feeling we'll be able to fit that on the 1284p to have that power resume. You know I don't care about it, so I'm just going to leave this like this. But yeah. Yeah, I just literally did a live install of the filament kit and the ABL. Cold X War 3, they're like 200 to 220 on Amazon and around 180 to 200 on AliExpress. So far, it's just like a smaller CR10. So yeah. If those of you who don't know, Scott, can you type out how to say your last name? You told me at Rep Fest. Because I want to say Leahy. But Scott is the project manager for the Marlin project, which is what these printers run firmware-wise. He was very instrumental in talking to Naomi to get the firmware and stuff from Creality. Latine, okay. Latine, that's what it is. Latine. Yeah, so Scott Latine. He's an awesome guy. If you guys look on our unified firmware page, and actually this YouTube channel, the Patreon goes to his Patreon because he's an awesome guy. If you guys have some extra money, fucking support him, okay? I don't need monetary support. Like, that's what the business is for. That's why I'm able to do stuff like this for everybody. But Scott needs some help. So if you guys are going to give anybody money, give it to Scott, not me. Like, we're a patron of Scott. I've been a patron of Scott for a long time. Dr. Sir or DJ Sir Havoc, there's not really any difference. The benefit of this is if you go back and see installing this on this board, there's no spot to plug in a filament sensor. So I actually designed a board that plugs into the LCD header, to bypass the beeper pin, reconfigure that in the firmware to use a filament sensor. So I have an Ender 3 now with bed leveling and a filament sensor. C42 Hagen, that's a really good point. I would say that's not good. I may end up actually wiring that to the always on 12 volt because I'm probably going to put this printer in my CR10 enclosure that we sell because I have a second one. So this filament sensor, by the way, is an off-the-shelf filament sensor that we get from one of our suppliers, but the board is something that we design and build in-house. So we did that to keep the cost down. If we were making our own filament sensor, I would not be able to sell them for $20. It's printing real nice. I'm going to crank the speed up a little bit, though. DJ Sir Havoc, I have a 400 watt 12 volt bed that's 400 by 400 for a CR10S4, so I'm hoping that'll fit on it. So yeah, we're up and running. You guys just watched me do some little bit of dev work here. Not a lot by any means, because since this uses the same board as the CR10, the major work has already been done by myself a while back. So there's that. I'm glad they are using this board because it cut down the amount of time I had to spend. And luckily, since the CR10 source code is out, even if I didn't, I would be able to actually add this into the Unified with no issues. Non-compliance updates. We're trying to get ANET on board with this stuff, and I'm having a hard time. Getting a hold of them, to be honest. But I'm not going to give up because I have ANET machines and I want the source code. Well, this is at 60, and I cranked it up to 150%, so we're probably at about 90, I want to say. I doubt it can do 180 millimeters a second, especially with this stock extruder. It's printing really nice, though. Yeah, I'm going to rewire this. I always do little tweaks and stuff to my machines. So hopefully people can go back and click through this. I can't believe how many people we got in here. I don't know if it was because we did a giveaway or what. But I love seeing you guys. We still got 70 people in the stream. That's amazing. I'm going to put the... yeah, so I'm going to put the shop link in here. It's just double check this. Slash shop. All right. I think if you look in the description, the shop is in there now. I think that saved it. It tagged me because it's not a full URL. So if you want to support us and get some cool stuff for your printer, you can go to the TH3D Studio shop link there. I will have this firmware uploaded to our GitHub tonight. As in, once this stream is done. So, yeah. We have Ender 3 support now for the filament sensor and the bed leveling. Yeah, what did you guys take away from this? Like, are there any questions? Like, can you feel free to ask. We're literally just hanging out here. Like, this is what I like to do. Like, hang out, ask me questions, pick my brain. I enjoy talking about this stuff. I don't just do this because I'm trying to make a living. Like, I love doing this stuff. We ship worldwide, Raul. If you put your address in, it'll give you a shipping quote. I sell build surfaces for the S4 that you can put directly on your bed. Go out of the shop and check out the EZABL. I'm sure a lot of people in this stream have them. Personally, I use them. I have them coming for the Ender 3. We ordered 500 of them. Hopefully that'll be enough. But it's all I use at this point. I think Scott has them as well. Didn't you get a build sheet for your CR10, Scott? I don't know if you've used it yet. Scott Latine. Jerry, there's no jumper on the 112 boards, so you can ignore that. Oh yeah, Ritual. Message me on Facebook because I want to get Marlin running on my smoothie board because I hate smoothie. Oh my god. Yeah, message me on Facebook. Remind me what your name is. I know you're always on my streams. I'm terrible with names. Scott, do you like the sheet? Yeah, Havoc, the S4 sheets we sell will fit the U10. Yeah, it's killer volume rinse. They grip really well. So, here's a little trick. If you guys are using our build sheets and stuff is sticking too well, run your first layer height a little bit higher than you normally would, and they'll come off easier. Especially with PETG. PETG really grabs onto them. We're doing pretty good on this benchy. I run my first layer at 0.3. So if you're at 0.2, you're going to do 150% height. If you're at 0.1, you're going to do 300% height. Yeah, I mean, DJ, I don't sell shit. I mean, that's the bottom line. You can ask a lot of people, like, I thoroughly vet everything before we sell it. Like, that's why we don't add a ton of stuff of this to the store. Like, we'll usually post teasers, and then it's in the store in a month or two because I want to test everything. Yes, the EZABL works on glass. It detects glass. It's one of the few ones out there that actually detect glass. A lot of the DIY ones use inductive probes. These are using capacitive, and we have custom ones. So, like, we actually work with the factory. These are not off-the-shelf sensors. I posted a picture on the CR10 group of literally a box of sensors. There's no part number on them because there are specific sensors. They're based on ones that are already out that you can buy, but I've had them switch internal components because we noticed that the IC chips were failing. So we had them change different ones. It brought my cost up on the sensors, but our failure rate went from about 2% or less to under 1%. So, and you guys saw how quick we got it installed. I even did firmware development here. So, yeah, it works on glass. I mean, that's why we use the sensors we use, because they work on everything. So, yeah, I'm gonna get the U10 supported. You can count on that. I got one coming. I mean, these big bed printers, you gotta almost have bed leveling, especially with these Chinese beds where it's like a freaking wave. So, and you guys can also thank Robert Rossi. He's actually some sort of nuclear electrical engineer, but he does really high end power supply design. So he's actually one that gave me the idea to put the power filtering on our new kits to compensate for these crappy Chinese power supplies because they have a lot of ripple. And I was kind of thinking about doing it, and then he came over one day because he lives near me and kind of solidified what I was thinking. And I really thank him. He also gave me a lot of pointers on our PCB design. So he's a really great guy. And Rob, you need to come over. So we need to hang out. Raul, this is fed by 12 to 24 volts, and the board fully isolates that 12 to 24 volts from your printer's 5 volt. So there's no risk of you sending 12 to 24 volts into your printer board, which will short it out. Momo, if your V2 is working fine, there is no reason to upgrade. The V3 is an upgrade that is just improvements on it. If you're not having problems, you don't need upgrade. I have no printers except for this one now that have the V3 right now. So I have a V2 on my Tornado because I changed the power supply. It doesn't need the power filtering now. On most machines, you can actually get 0.04, 0.08. I can get 0.04 and 0.08 out of my CR10. But if you're doing a fine layer, you gotta have everything mechanically perfect. Okay, everything has to work. So if you have a wobbly Z-axis or your stuff is loose, it's not squared up, you're gonna get poor layers. So yeah, you're fine as long as you're under 0.02. Typically, though, on a well set up machine, you will get accuracy with 2 zeros in front of it. So 0.00x. So for auto bed leveling to work correctly, though, the theoretical limit is 0.05. So if you're under 0.05, your bed leveling should work. So, but typically the kits I sell, the sensors I sell, will get accuracy in the thousands on a machine that's physically and electrically fine. So meaning you don't have grounding issues, your power supply is decent shape, your Z-axis moves smoothly. Like, there's a bunch of different things. So basically, if you got electrical issues or you got mechanical problems, the sensors are not going to work until you fix those issues. So, but we've got a ton of guides on what to check and what to look for to get the best performance out of the kits. And just your printer in general. Like, you don't even have to have our kit. Check out some of the guides. We got a lot of troubleshooting guides on improving your machine. So use the free resources we put out. That's what they're there for. Yeah, RaveMine you could. So what you'll notice is that the configuration H is completely different, but if you add in the configuration values, it will work. It's Marlin on the back end. It's got a lot of customizations to make it easy, but it's Marlin on the back end. So personally, I would just run standard Marlin, but you're more than welcome to. It's free. It's open. Like, do whatever you want with it, man. I encourage it. So, but the goal of the unified firmware is so your average person can update their firmware and get more features and safety out of their machine. That's the goal. But you can use it. If you look in the configuration backend file, you can get all your end stop settings. You can get all your steps per millimeter. Like, you can get a lot of those settings that would take you a little while from our firmware. Theoretically, there are benefits. Are you going to actually see them? Probably not. I mean, the lighter your assembly, the faster you can print, but I think you're going to hit other machine limitations before that matters. I mean, look at the print quality we get out of stock machines. It's pretty dang good. I did not put Power Resume yet. Scott, how are we looking with integrating Power Resume into Marlin? I do have time tomorrow if you need me to look at it and test. I haven't had time to look at it. But I'm going to show you guys this because the layers are real nice on here. Look at that. This is printing really good. ANET should be worried right now because this is a much better buy than the ANET A8 or the A6 or the A2. Yeah, I feel like ANET's probably not going to be around much longer, especially if they don't comply with the GPL. That is damn good, guys. Look at that. So basically, if any of you guys are wondering, the parts I added on are the EZOut and the EZABL. The total cost on these two parts, the EZABL is 60 and the EZOut's 20. So for 80 bucks, you can have bed leveling and a filament sensor on your Ender 3 or your CR10 or whatever, all the machines we support. So this is what I run on my systems. I run bed leveling and a filament sensor. So Jerry, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You could always, if you still have your 115 source, you can always roll back. Now here's the thing. The ANET A8 has been out for like 2 or 3 years now, and they haven't made any improvements. And their E10 and the E12 were really underwhelming, to be honest. So, I mean, Creality is just dominating right now. Absolutely dominating. And then Troxy is kind of like this, like, bias if you really are cheap. And don't have a ton of money to spend on a printer, but expect to pay with your time. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how I see Troxy as. Like, they're okay, but you're going to have to put some work in them to get them to print. I mean, you saw the print quality. This is literally, I built it live on this wobbly-ass table. It's printing on this wobbly-ass table. And upgraded it with a couple little quick upgrades. Like, and it's printing great. Yeah, I think Anycubic is doing really good. And like I said, if you guys notice, a lot of companies now in China are coming out with their source code because they saw what happened to Creality. That was the point of the movement. Knock down the giant, and all these other companies are going to start falling in line. If they aren't, they're going to get boycotted. Or I shouldn't say boycotted. I'm personally not going to support the companies that aren't abiding. But why would, let's say ANET doesn't comply. Why would you buy an ANET A8 when you can get an open source machine like the Ender 3 for the same price? That's a better physical machine. That's my point by ANET is not going to be around much longer unless they change. So there's too much competition now. And if I had some of my tough tubing left, I would swap that out, but we sold out of it. I don't have any left for myself. Because honestly, I'm probably just going to put the tough tubing on this and run it like that. I'm probably going to put this machine in our CR10 enclosure because I got another enclosure and I'm pretty sure it will fit in the CR10 enclosure. Actually, let me see. Yeah, 27 inches of height. How big are my enclosures? 26. I might be able to shave some off the spool. It'll be close, or I can just mount the spool somewhere else. Yeah, I have a Maker Select V 2.1 sitting literally right here. And I have bed leveling on that one too, by the way. The EZABL works on the monoprice, just letting you know. And there's updated firmware on the site for it. It does need a bootloader though, just like we did to this one. I've seen people doing that. It's an interesting idea. Me personally, it's a little too much work. I'd rather just slap a 5015 on there. Rover, what machine are you rebuilding? I've got to update ours. I got to put a MOSFET on it. Jerry, without the spool holder, about 18 and a half. I would say go 19. 19 without the spool holder. Raul, go on th3dstudio.com, click Knowledge Base, and there's a CR10 bootloader video. It's the same exact process for the CR10, and the Ender 2 and the Ender 3. It's all the same board, same process. You'll need an Uno with some jumper wires. That's what we use in the video. Same exact procedure. So, and like I said, this firmware, once I end this stream, I don't know, I might go to bed. I kind of want to see this Benchy finish. But I will have it up there for sure tomorrow. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of hit and miss about the MK3, like lost steps and stuff not working. Hog Fanboy, yes, you should have your electronics outside the enclosure. Just because it's going to be like 40 to 50 C if you're doing ABS. Me personally, I'm probably just going to run them in there because I am limited on space and time, so if a power supply dies or main board dies, I'll just replace it. But for longevity, yes, you should have them outside the enclosure. This enclosed printer here, all the electronics are mounted on the rear of the enclosure. I'm just very limited on time right now. So my thing is, like, I'd rather just swap the board out. Yeah. So Prusa makes a nice printer. But I personally, since I can get great print quality out of pretty much any machine, I'm not going to buy a Prusa because I have machines that print great already. If I had space for another printer the size of a Prusa, I would probably get one. Just to support them because they're open source and it's important to me. So, but I mean, I think the thing is that if Creality is gonna keep going open source on everything, they're gonna dominate more than they already are. Meanwhile's great stuff. I'm probably going to replace this cheapy China power. Actually, I am. I'm going to replace this cheap China power supply with a Meanwhile. It's not a maybe. I'm going to do it. Meanwhile is really good stuff. Jerry, plug your enclosures. If you guys don't know, TH3D sells enclosures. They fit a CR10 or a CR10 Mini, and pretty much any other printer you want to shove in there. If you're in the US, they're $195 for the white version, $225 for the black one. The black one costs more to make. You can see the enclosure right here. I've got a Mini in it. Got a spool holder. It's blurry because I have this set fixed focus, so you guys can see the print. But they should come shipped in a flat pack. This is the whole enclosure right here. That's it. It assembles in about an hour. So, I'm pretty sure, if you guys were looking at the bed loading kits, they're on back order. I'm pretty sure. I know the direct wires are. What that means is we're making more. My friend Tyler, I think he's still here. He usually tells me if he's leaving. But back order means we're making more kits. I have tons of parts here. We hand build every single kit, the boards, all the soldering, everything, the assembly. So if you see back order status on our EZABL kits, then that means we're making more, and they usually ship within 2 to 3 days at most. We do batches of them. I have not noticed any sort of bed leveling compensation, adding any sort of print impurities. I have it on every printer, so if it did, I would notice it. Sader 21. I just switched over to E3D with a heavy duty mount. Sensor is supposed to be on the right side and doesn't probe all the way on the left side, does it? It does not, but the firmware has enough information where it will extrapolate that data and assume. And did S3D just like hang up here? I'm pretty sure my S3D just crashed. Amazing. Is the printer still responding? Oh, that makes me sad. See, I never print over USB for my computer. I always use a Pi. But I guess it's good. Then I don't have to wait for this benchy to print. So let me take this off here. Yeah, S3D completely hung. Lovely. Oh well. What you gonna do? I disable my steppers. No, it's legitimate. So I should yell at them and be like, why did my shit just crash? Let this cool down. I get the print off the bed. I cannot. Let me find my good scraper. I want to rip this bed sheet because otherwise then I got to cut down one of my easy mats. The Ender 3 bed sheets are on the way. That bed's hot. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is like the Ender 2 bed mat, and it's like a very rough surface, so stuff really holds on there, almost a little too well, and it's very thin. All right, so ignore the front where my scraper hit it, but let me refocus this. Hang on, bear with me just a moment. That's not bad at all. So that imperfection I did with the scraper because it was still warm. But that's not bad at all. I'm pretty impressed. Probably less. This is the Z seam. You can see a little overheating here, but that's, I mean, it's a stock cooling fan. Print quality wise though, there's a little bit of Moire effect there, but whatever. I noticed that on the 24-volt systems, the 4988s and the 4982s do exhibit a little bit of like this little, you can see this kind of like digital effect, or salmon skin. I wouldn't say it's salmon skin. It's acceptable in my book, more than acceptable. Yeah. So yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. So, little tiny bit of under extrusion, nothing terrible. So, but I mean, like that's really good quality for a printer I literally just took out of the box and built. So, I'm gonna give you guys 15 minutes. If you got any questions, now is the time to ask them. Yeah, so I would, yeah, I mean, unless I have find any like glaring issues with this printer, I will post an update. But it's basically, it's a CR10, just smaller, which is good. And it's 24 volt. I like the 24 volt bed. This is nice. Let's see. One last question. Upgrade to MKS with TMC or stick with stock board? CR10. Honestly, man, so when I started, I used to replace all my boards. Lately these days, I'm running the stock boards with the firmware that I put out. There's not a huge print quality difference. You might get a little less artifacting, but in my opinion, I don't think it's not going to be a drastic difference, to be honest. You know, that's my opinion. I'm all about doing things overkill, but I don't think it's a huge difference. You can go ahead and do it. You'll get a little bit better print quality, but yeah. So, Scott, should my wife and I go to ERRF? Yeah, this came out real nice. I'm really happy with this. I think this might be an ABS machine for me just because the bed can hit the higher temps. So I'm gonna order a Meanwhile power supply for this because I don't trust these stock Chinese ones. But other than that, pretty solid little printer. Oh, thanks, Scott. I'll talk to the wife. We'll have to see. I mean, we're doing this full time now, so really no excuse why we couldn't, I guess. Ritual, what is your name? I keep forgetting your name. I know I've talked to you a million times. I have not associated the name with, like, your handle with the, your handle with the, your actual name. Jonathan, send me a message on Facebook. I replace all my power supplies with Meanwells or ATX. Because I don't trust the stock ones. This is rated at 15 at 24 volts, so I'm gonna find something similar. I can post it to our TH3D Studio page. I can post like an Amazon link or something with a recommended replacement for this. 15 amps, 24 volts. No, do not run 24 volts for that. It'll draw a ton of amperage. It's like 0.9 resistance. So I don't know Ohm's law off the top of my head, but you're going to need a ton of freaking power. And it's gonna run real hot. Just go to a silicone heater. One of my buddies just messaged me. He's like, dude, these enclosures are awesome. Hey! Okay, cool. Thanks, Jonathan. I'll talk to you tomorrow because I'm about to go to sleep about the Marlin 2.0 because I need to start getting ahead on that. Yeah, Meanwhile is great shit. Honestly, when I need to calculate Ohm's Law, there's literally a website called Ohm's Law Calculator .com, I believe it's called. And yeah, so let's put in 24 volts, 0.9 resistance, okay? If you run the stock CR10 bed on 24 volts, it's going to pull 26 amps and put out 640 watts of heat. Okay? That's insane. You'll probably burn the traces on the board. Jerry, go to Tiny Machines. They sell drop-in replacement mean whales for the CR10. And he's actually lower priced than Amazon. So, and I love supporting Chris over at Tiny Machines. Chris is giving Scott Latine of Marlin a CR10S tomorrow. He's literally driving it to Scott. He's like 2 or 3 hours away from him, and he's driving over there to give it to him. So Chris is a really good guy. He actually just messaged me, and he's got a surprise for Scott. I'm not gonna ruin the surprise though. Scott, if you want another ABL kit for that second CR10S, let me know, and I'll send you another one for free. Night, Bob. You need to give me a call. Don't be a stranger. I miss doing these live streams, guys. This is always fun. Love hanging out with everybody. Scott gets a free ABL kit because he literally is running the Marlin project, and we couldn't do this without it. So I try to take care of Scott. So it's the least I can do. We're a patron of his on Patreon. I plug his Patreon whenever I get the chance. It's on our website with the firmware. It's on our YouTube channel. Scott's a good guy and deserves his support. So I try to support him how I can. Looking at the picture, I think he's bringing you a CR10 or a CR10S. It's definitely one of those. You're a very fancy janitor. But again, I couldn't be doing this if Marlin wasn't a thing. I would not have this business because our bed leveling kits use Marlin, and that's why I try to give back to the project. You can ask Scott. I came up with a lot of space saving techniques for these boards that are in these printers so we can get more features out of it. And like I said, I try to plug his patron so he has more time to spend on Marlin. So, you know, the more money Scott has going to his Patreon, the more time he can dedicate to working on Marlin. And that's amazing, you know, and like I said, I try to help him out when I can. He knows more about it than I do, to believe it or not. I probably know more about bed leveling than he does, but in terms of Marlin and programming as a whole, he probably knows more than me. I'm pretty sure only DaVinci's firmware works on those. I literally got rid of that printer because of its closed source shit firmware, and their DRM chips do not support XYZ. They literally went out of their way to make sure that you can't use firmware that's not theirs on there. So, which they can do, that's fine, they're a business, but they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot with this market, to be completely honest. So, yeah, Prusa actually did a silent auction for Scott too. I had a DaVinci Mini that we bought from Micro Center. We ended up just selling it because it wasn't worth the time screwing with it. Is that the same board? I'm not super familiar with their printers. But this one had a 32-bit processor in it, and there's not much documentation about it. So, and I wasn't about to spend, you know, hours and hours reverse engineering this, you know, board for this crappy tiny little printer. It wasn't worth my time. All right, guys. 3 minutes, and I'm gonna call it a day or a night. I'm gonna get some sleep. It's 12:42, so 12:45. I'm ending the stream. So get your questions in now. Everybody, thank you for joining me. I'm definitely gonna try to do at least one live stream a week. Wednesdays is when TH3 is closed. It's when I kind of catch up on internal things. If you notice, you can see my floor. So we cleaned up in here. Yeah. Also, just so you guys know, I know people were talking about the Raspberry Pi kits we're doing. TH3D is going to give Gina a cut of every single sale on the Octoprint kits that we sell. So we're going to be directly supporting the development of Octoprint by selling these kits with Octoprint preloaded and set up. And we're going to make sure that's known on the site. We're also going to plug Gina's Patreon, which we are patrons of. So I just want to let you guys know that I try to give back to the people that help make what we're doing possible. And I think more people should do that. So, yeah. I got another printer that's working. So, like I said, I'm probably going to stick this in this enclosure. Jerry, we're going to start selling those, I want to say on Wednesday. They're going to trickle out because I can't get pies in bulk. So I've been grabbing them from different vendors as I can. So I have a stack of pies in my closet, brand new ones. And I have all the other parts. So I got to take the product pictures, which is why it's going to go up on Wednesday. I got to take pictures of the EZABL Mini tomorrow and list the few we have in stock on the site so they can start getting out there. So yeah, Russ, that's fine. Just shoot an email to support@th3dstudio.com, and we'll get back to you. All right, everybody, it's 12:44. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you for joining me. If you guys have any questions, you can contact us at support@th3dstudio.com. Just let us know you were in on the stream. Because we will probably ask you for an order. But if you got a quick question, we try to get back to people. Any more in-depth questions, we do have a support group for customers. So if you're a customer, make sure you go on Facebook and search for TH3D Customer Support. You just put your order in there, and we'll let you in. It's limited to just customers. We do exclusive deals and stuff for customers there. New product announcements, betas, that kind of stuff. So make sure you join that. If you're not a customer, and if you're a customer, there's a general 3D printer support group that we run. It's got our logo on it, and make sure you join that up. That's a really good group. It's smaller, and there's less crap than these big giant groups. So anyways, thanks for joining us, and I hope you guys learned something, and happy printing. That's about it.